Hey, hey guys, welcome to the Late Show with your host, live from Los Angeles, Lord Hellesmont V, your favorite live streamer's favorite live streamer. And I have a very special guest for you tonight again. Watch Nicholas is with us to talk watches. Very excited to welcome him again to the channel. So this wasn't a one-off after all.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate it. Yeah, hopefully it's not a one-off, or hopefully it's not a two-off. I guess we'll see, right?
We'll see. We're still working things out.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Takes time.
All right, guys. So working things out. Oh, well,
A little
speaking
bit
of working things out, guys, today is the 80th birthday of yet another legend, yet another legendary wearer of Rolex, and it's
Well,
Harrison Ford. There you go, putting his oyster case Rolex Datejust to good use, lounging by the poolside, and it cleans up well as well. And I always get really impressed, by the way, Watch Nicholas, when I see these sorts of celebrities, this stature of a person being so loyal to a single watch, being a one watch guy.
Oh, it's great to see. Yeah, it's great to see. It's also great to see it getting wear and that's always great, to see somebody wearing one thing and like enjoying it. It's also cool to see something like that, a Datejust. Doesn't get much better than that, more classic than that.
Yeah, there he is in another Photoshop, wearing something like a Canadian tuxedo.
Canadian,
Again, his Rolex, they just accompanying him, and it's a nice example too, because you might know John Buckley, who is a watchmaker and watch dealer out of New York, and in the early days of the Rolex forums, he basically coined this term Buckley dial, which is when you have some of these Datejust, uh, at times also day-date dials with painted Roman numerals. So nowadays, everyone calls them Buckley dials. They may or may not know who John Buckley is.
Oh,
But the
wow.
name
I
stuck.
didn't know this background. I didn't know this story at all. This is great.
The name stuck. And I, again, like, for someone who has already been bitten by the collector's bug, maybe I'm just maybe I'm just having some sort of nostalgia towards that, towards having just one watch and wearing it all the time. But
Yeah.
it's very
Yeah.
impressive to see, especially someone like Harrison Ford, sticking to a simple steel Datejust with a white dial, Roman
Yeah.
numerals. It's a beauty.
Well, he can have any watch too. Like you said, he can literally have his choice.
No, you're breaking up, man. Your voice is breaking up.
Oh, what about now? We good now?
Much better.
Okay, cool. Well, I mean, it's like, it's pretty cool to see him loyal to one watch, and that he could have his choice of essentially anything, from high to low in terms of wrist watches. So it's cool to see him loyal to a Datejust, especially I don't know, just an entry level watch. Not to call a Rolex entry level, but it's always great to see the loyalty.
Yeah. I mean, it's the entry level or one of the entry points to Rolex
Entry
for
point,
sure.
yeah, one of them, I suppose. Yeah, that's a better way to put it, because yeah, exactly, you're right. It's always something else, but yeah.
And I think it's also a good reminder of a 36 millimeter, classically sized, proportioned Rolex watch,
Yeah,
going with a number of different things. It goes with,
everything. It
with
really does.
his swimwear. It goes with his
Yep.
little white sport coat, and it goes with his Canadian tuxedo.
Canadian tuxedo. No, I mean it literally like that's what's not to be like, oh, 40's too big, but 36 is just so versatile, especially if you want to class it up a little bit in the dressier situations.
Mm-hmm.
I think I just think you can get away with it a little bit more. That's all. Not that it really makes any difference, but it kind of does.
Well, I mean, what makes a difference, I think, for a collector or for someone who likes a good deal on the secondary market, when it comes to Rolexes, some of those older Oyster Perpetuals, Air Kings in 34 millimeter even are incredible deals.
Yeah, those are cool watches.
36 millimeter Datejusts, 4 or 5 digit, still good deals. Like you said, if you want to class it up a little bit, if you want to elevate, if you want to go into the realm of high horology, there's, relatively speaking, great deals in Pateks 37 millimeters. The kind of thing that our pontiff gets made fun of sometimes, but it's just for classic dress watches. It's an amazing size, and it's a great deal on the secondary market.
Yeah, it's all about the deals. All about the deals for sure. And if you can snag a deal on it, I mean, I get it for sure. 100% get it.
I love it, man. I love hearing the Watch Nicholas terminology crop up in our discussions as well. It's all about the deal.
Sneaks in,
It's
right? I don't know.
No big deal though.
Yeah.
So let's welcome some of the wonderful people in the chat. Wristwatchholic reminds everyone to upvote, and thank you for upvoting, Alex. And Corrado
Dirk
Galizia
and
is
Jake
here.
Brook and lots of punters. We got, I don't know, Corrado. That's cool, Corrado. I know a Corrado Jr. from Sopranos. It's like one of the best characters in that show.
Corrado is actually one of my most consistent supporters as well. He's always in the chat and, almost religiously contributes as well.
That's
so
good.
I
That's
really
great.
appreciate him. Dirk
Yeah, that's great.
Diggler
That's awesome.
says, "Oh no, Watch Nicholas in the house." Oh yes, and so is Indy. And Dirk says, "Whatever you do, don't have Harrison Ford fly your plane." I know he's a pilot. I know he has a license. I don't know. I don't know anything else. I know some stories where he rescued some people, apparently. But yeah, maybe he's not that good of a pilot after all, and who am I to judge, honestly?
The only rescue story I've heard recently was with Elon Musk, and it wasn't too good. It had to do
with oh, we may have lost.
Now he's gone. Now he's back.
Okay.
I thought it was my connection for real.
So GB Vol is here. Mike David, good afternoon, man. Thank you for being here. JB, of course. Watch Nicholas, the legend. Big dub.
Thank you, Jay. Good to see you.
So JB is asking for opinions. Best Indiana Jones. I think Temple of Doom.
Yeah, I think Temple of Doom. Temple of Doom all day. I'm going with Temple of Doom as well.
Well, I mean, look, I guess I'm a little biased when it comes to this. I'm a little sentimental, but I will go with the movie where he beats up on Nazis, Raiders of the Lost Ark. That's my favorite Indiana Jones movie.
What's up? Yeah, you get away with that. That's cool. That's totally you get a free pass for picking that as the best one. That's cool.
You know what? I mean, again, I guess it comes as absolutely no surprise to the people on the audience, but this is it, guys. Raiders of the Lost Ark. Dirk says he crashes all the time. So Harrison Ford crashes all the time. Hey.
Just buy a new plane, no deal.
Could be. Look, I mean, there are some horrific plane crashes that involve celebrities, and they don't usually survive to tell the tale. So I guess he must have been getting something right, because Harrison Ford is still thankfully alive and well and kicking, and 80 years
Must
old
have had a
today.
life jacket. Yeah, must have had a life jacket. Something, some way out of it. For
Parachute.
sure. Parachute, something. DB Coopered it.
And Messaging Matters says he had an accident. And he took the phrase "will be landing shortly" a little too literally. And Dirk Diggler says Last Crusade. All right. Uh, Jake laughs at my choice. Those lava pits were scary as hell.
Yeah.
Well, I guess, our habitual topic of discussion, since you left it there in your show, is the Mariner. And I wanted to say, I like the titanium as an option. After all, this is, especially since they discontinued the Type 20 now, since 2018, the Aéronaval has been gone. Since 2020, the Transatlantique has been gone as well, the one with the dates window.
Okay.
Of course, they still have Type 21, etc. But, this is really their sports watch at this point. So titanium is a great option. But, um, part of Breguet's shtick is the hand guilloche dials. So I think this particular line comes into its own in the precious metals, where you do have that wave dial.
You have to have the guilloche. It's really hard to, I think, especially if you're going to throw down on a Breguet, it's pretty hard to not get the guilloche. It's just like, I don't know, if you're spending that kind of money, you want something like that. You want some sort of enamel, like you want something big. I think the slate, or sorry, that like slate gray on the titanium, and then there's also that like bluish one. I think they look great, but it's like you're going to spend whatever it was, like 28, or I don't even know. I mean, it's really high, really high. I mean, I think it's high, but
of course,
it's hard not to go for a precious metal at that price point.
In the secondary market, of course, there are, as it usually happens, great deals with Breguet.
Oh yeah, big winner for that. I mean, this is like a perfect this is like the epitome of what you should be buying secondhand, like, not to promote like buying secondhand and all that, but this is not really like what you want to be paying like full retail for, like you can definitely find a deal on this. Definitely. You just have to know where to look, and look hard enough, and look at the right places. And I think it can be found, and it can be found pretty safely, honestly. I don't think you have to even it's not like you have to be weary and even look at like, scrounging to find it. You can find it at safe places, safe gray market, so to speak.
And, the great thing also, even with the whole sunburst thing, they have been a little more imaginative. It kind of radiates out the brand name, not from the center of the dial as it usually is with a lot of the sunburst, starburst stuff. So it's not like they have really cheapened out for the titanium, but there's got to be a little bit of a premium for precious metal. There needs to be some added value. So I do appreciate that they have gone the extra mile, so to speak.
Yeah. I mean, they have to do something to, I mean, I get that. It definitely, and I think that if it was on the titanium, especially if the price was, the same, I mean, so what is it? I think that titanium is like high 20s, like 27 or 22, 27, something like that. Or no, sorry, it's not that high. Apologies. So like I think for the chronograph, it's like 22 or something. And then you go up to the precious metal and it's like, 33. I think, that price with the wave, I don't know. I mean, Yeah, you got to be getting something else to be justifying that like 20,000 price point. I think I'd just be throwing down for the bigger one, for the precious metal.
Yeah, and there are a few elements of the watch that irritate a lot of people. I think my only nitpicking would be like Corrado. Um, he says from any distance the Romans look like blobs. They look great in dark. They have great loom, but he's kind of right. I mean, they're a little over loomed, so to speak.
Yeah, I hear you. Well, I wish I could
Um,
stay a little longer, Lord, for real, but I got to get going. Thank you for having
hey,
me,
no
and
worries, man. No
I
worries.
appreciate your time. I hope you have a good show and everything.
Thank
And
you, man.
we'll talk soon, for real.
Thank you so much. Thank you for being here.
Yeah, for sure. Have a good one, boys.
You too, man. Yeah, so I mean, this is a cool watch. I used to be also irritated by how they loomed, or how they iterated, how they interpreted the traditional Breguet hands for this particular watch. At the end of the day, I'm actually fine with the hands. I even like the way they open that date window. I think it's lovely. It's quirky. The way they use the fonts to fill up that space as well, and not just slot in something, with a white background and small numbers. I like that. But yeah, if I had one complaint about this watch, it would be the Romans filled up so generously with the loom. But then again, every watch has a quirk. Every watch has some sort of imperfection. Not to go too much goodwill hunting on you, you just have to find the one that's perfectly imperfect for you. And this, the great thing with Breguet in general is it's just a great deal on the secondary market, whether you're looking at the dress watches, all that Classique series, Tradition series, whether you're looking at the Type 20s that have been now discontinued but had a beautiful run from 1994 to 2018, 2020. Um, and yeah, I mean, even Type 21 and Type 22 could be great watches for some. It's just, yeah, I'm always kind of surprised, positively and negatively, about how Breguet watches trend on the secondary market. And I don't know what it exactly has to do, because Swatch Group has done a lot of things right with Breguet as well. Um, by having Emmanuel Breguet on board as the director of patrimony, having him produce all this stuff, write books about the history of Breguet from all sorts of different perspectives. I don't exactly know what's lacking. In a way, perhaps it's waiting for its moment, like Vacheron Constantin had for a long while, for the longest time, and somehow something clicked. And it didn't all had to do with Vacheron Constantin, right? They had to reinvent, they had to redesign the overseas line to bring up a new excitement about the brand, about um, about their sports watches, to shine a particular light on their sports watches. But something had to happen in the market. Something had to shift in terms of the larger trends. Namely, something had to happen to make everything else become so unavailable and so unobtainable, that allowed people to then see how much value they could be getting with Vacheron Constantin. And Breguet, I know people usually use this to make fun of everyone else, but the guy was one of the brightest minds of the 19th century. So it should matter. It should matter. A lot that was invented for modern horology still carries his name, still carries his signature. Uh, a lot of the watchmakers who have put their stamp in the 20th century and in our time today, from George Daniels to Daniel Roth to François Paul Jean, have been inspired by Breguet. So I guess at some point their time will come, and until then, we will just enjoy a good deal in the secondary market when it comes to Breguet watches. Hey, let me welcome everyone else as well. JB was paying attention to the same thing with the titanium versions of the Marine, where the sunburst was radiating from the brand name rather than the dead center of the dial, which is a nice touch. Messaging Matters was talking about our birthday boy, Harrison Ford, aka Han Solo, aka Indiana Jones. I know someone who lives next to that golf course, which was the spot for his landing. It's right by the Santa Monica airport, hence a landing shortly. He just couldn't wait. And Dirk waves goodbye to Watch Nicholas. And thank you again, Watch Nicholas, for being here. Even if it was just for 15 minutes, it's lovely to have you. And I'm sure we'll talk more in the future. We'll be together more in the future on the same panel. And Jake is also sending him off. And the punters know each other. The punters live in Southern California. Bezos, welcome back, man. It's so nice to see you. And Messaging Matter says, yes, I did for 10 years. We usually visit every year, but it's been over 2 years for me. And yes, Dirk, Wristwatchholic, I, cool Chris Callie, a lot of people from the community are stuck here though. Messaging Matters. So let us know next time you come by, and we could have a little bit of a gathering, a little bit of a meeting. Oh, just give me one second, guys. Oh yes, this is another thing. WatchBox will open a Los Angeles branch soon, per their IG. They're using an interesting model, I guess, right? As a lot of the secondary market dealers are really moving towards internet almost exclusively, right? Not having real showrooms. I guess WatchBox is using the investment to open, in fact, more brick and mortar access points, showrooms, and they are opening something in Los Angeles. So I don't know when that will happen, but it should be soon, because like Wristwatchholic says, they have been advertising it pretty heavily on Instagram, on social media. Pardon me. So we'll see. Big Meech is rolling in with his flock. Feel free to jump on. I think the link is already pinned there, but let me just send it out again. Dirk Diggler says, I want to meet up, but I'm afraid Wristwatchholic is going to bring Lolex. Lolex is a lovely person, man. People sometimes get the wrong idea because we like poking fun at each other, but Lolex is incredibly friendly. He's a nice guy, and he's not someone you should be afraid of. No one in the group is someone you should be afraid of, Dirk. So I think that's don't worry about it. And at any rate, even when he's invited, Rolex is probably not going to turn up. So there's absolutely nothing to be afraid of. Mamba, welcome to the channel, man. Nice to see you. Lovely to see you here. And Dirk says he hates me and would club me over the head. Rolex is not a violent person. I don't think he would do anything like that. Yeah, I mean, you mess with him in his face, on his face. It's gonna be cool. And Yasha V says, for me, the perfect Breguet Marine dial is the Bucherer edition, none to be found pre-owned, because I guess literally no one bought those. Those Bucherer editions are either an absolute hit and they get cleaned up right away, or they just fly so under the radar that no one even knows about them. And Yasha, I actually do not know about this watch, so I'm gonna search for it now and dig it up. But as I'm doing that, I also have to attend to a very important email message. So bear with me for 1 second after I pull it up. So let's check this out. Breguet Marine Bucherer Blue. So it was a different. Oh, it was. All right. It actually looks great. Let me pull it up. Yeah. Because it basically fixes the problem that a lot of other people have been complaining about, which is the loomed dial. So let's pull it up. And I'll be back right away. Okay, we're back. We are back. NATO is here. NATO, please, don't forget to upvote. I know it takes a lot, but hey, just thumbs up, hit the like. And Fat says, FFS, Turk, he is 5'2", 65 pounds. Get a grip. All right. All right. I guess we are back to making fun of Lolex and Diego. All right. And Dirk says, I was worried here. You don't have to be worried again. He's great. He's great. NATO says, El Fatimo has no borders. Yasha V says the watch is in titanium, which is a downside in my opinion, but they used the more detailed dial from the precious metal models and got rid of the lume. Yeah, I think that's a nice touch, actually. Yeah, you can see it from the shade of the metal here, even though I didn't read the specifications yet. I think this is a nice execution. Yeah, I guess Yasha, I would have preferred the I would have preferred it to be in steel as well, especially at that price point. I guess they're still available through Buchera, so that's a start. But like you said, probably not found anywhere in the secondary market since you're saying no one really bought them. But no, they're actually not available at Buchera either. Yeah, and I'm pretty sure it's not because it's an older model, because you see, like you can still see the older reference here, the big dates, which I think in this case is in pink gold. That was a nice dial as well, by the way. And I love the fact that they basically replicate the same guilloche design on the rotor as well, even though the skeletonized rotor in the new gen is pretty cool, pretty amazing. But yeah, I guess they must have sold some of those because it's nowhere to be found on their website anymore. But yeah, it's a cool watch in either case, and I kind of like the contrast. Pardon me, the contrast they achieved here, and I think there's still loom at these little indices above the Romans. So, and that's really all you need. That's really all you need, and they have used the same hand guilloche dial as they usually preserve for the precious metal. So this could be a good trade-off, and I'm sure eventually these things come to the secondary market. And Yasha adds, I think that much fewer were sold because boutique edition usually means full sticker price, which was 19,800, so 20K basically. Let's call it 20K in US dollars. Yeah. All right. So they even went on sale. Huh? The latest timepiece in the Buchera Blue collection is both modern and dynamic, from the extraordinary lugs to the defined fluting on the side of the case, to the consummate crown with wave-shaped embellishments. Breguet has given its Marine 5517 line a dynamic and sporty appearance. A handcrafted guilloche dial with an exquisite wave pattern adds the stylish finishing touches to this elegant man's watch. Now the exclusive model for the Buchera Special Edition dazzles with its deep blue hues and exquisite design elements. Unmistakable, the combination of the titanium case and the blue guilloche dial makes this a truly elegant timepiece. Yeah, look, that's one of the things that you look for in a Breguet timepiece, right? You want to stick to the traditional design codes of Breguet. Ultimately, it should look roughly, at least at first glance, as something as if it were converted from a pocket watch to a dress watch or to a wristwatch of some other sort. So those lugs, I think, both in the earlier generation and in this generation, are actually quite nice when it comes to the Marine. The fluting on the side of the case, on the case flanks, the coined edge, so to speak, is always beautiful. And this actually is not how they execute the rotors. I don't know what made them present it like that, but the new version actually has a skeletonized rotor that looks like a ship's wheel. So I don't know what got lost in the sauce there. By the way, in the Breguet boutique in Beverly Hills, they actually have a wall clock that looks uh, like the blue dial of the Marine that they modeled exactly after the Marine. All right, so this is how the back looks. So the rotor is actually in gold as well, and blackened in parts to achieve that contrast. And it looks like half a ship's wheel. And in fact, they have also foregone the usual Côte de Genève decoration of the bridge plates and gave it kind of slightly contrasting finish that makes it look like the deck of a luxury yacht. So they have really gone all the way and beyond in really infusing this watch with some sort of nautical feel, which some might say is overdone. But if you like it, I think it's a very nice piece. You know, the crown guards remind you of a propeller, and the buckle as well is a ship's wheel as well. So they have kind of the, as well as the presentation box, right? That also looks like the inside of a yacht. So they have really oversold that marine connection. The other special edition that really caught my eye because it was an original color, um, which Chopard apparently did with one of their boutiques. I don't remember which one, so let's see if I can pull it off. But it's like this very wonderful turquoise kind of color that they did. Let's see if I can actually find it. You know what? Probably I will have a better chance on Instagram because people keep posting this sort of stuff on Instagram. Ah, there we go. Maritime blue. I guess they just have to find new names for this blue, but it's a pretty beautiful shade, I have to admit. And it takes it away a little bit from that eye of an eagle um, element of design for the dial. Okay, they actually made it for a boutique in Cannes. Makes sense. Makes sense. It does have that sort of feel, the watch overall. Yeah, this is a nice piece. Mm. That's an interesting collection. Someone must be really obsessed with it. I think this one is in gold, actually. Yeah, what do we think about this dial color on the Chopard Alpine Eagle? Will it finally catch people's attention? George Varghese, good evening. Hey man, my opinion on the Trilobe watches. Trilobe watches. Hmm. I don't know. I mean, I don't even know what to say, man. It kind of reminds me of MBNF, but not in a good way. Where did they come from? This is actually the very first time I hear about them, George. So tell me the story. Tell me the background as I cycle through some of these images. I don't know. It feels like a little too bright, isn't it? I mean, I love the dial design of this watch. Probably my favorite element about it, my favorite um, thing about the Chopard Alpine Eagle is the dial. But that's where it begins and ends. Honestly, that's where it begins and ends. Yeah, I think their classic design, their usual dial is much better, actually. Quite frankly. Yasha says, just like Chopard, St. Moritz did 40 years ago, success recreation guaranteed. Okay. Yeah, maybe they will take off at some point. And no, I don't think they're pushers, Corrado. Uh, they're just there to provide some balance to the design, which I don't mind honestly. But again, as it happens with a lot of these 70s sports chic slash Gérald Jonta inspired designs, uh, they all start looking the same, or they all start looking derivative a little bit. So you give it those two ears, and you have some sort of bezel that's screwed down. It just looks like a mishmash of the Royal Oak and the Nautilus, and not as good as either one of them. And again, I'm saying this as someone who is not really a huge fan of the Nautilus as a design, uh, but quite a militant for Audemars Piguet Royal Oak as a design. I don't think anything else really holds a candle to those two. Yeah, much as I appreciate some other pieces, including the overseas for Vacheron Constantin, I don't think anything else really, comes close. Mostly because they are trying to be like those two designs. Mostly because they have too many elements that remind you of those two original designs. Um, Otherwise, absolutely, that the Laureato is a decent piece of design. So is the Chopard Alpine Eagle, which derives, as Yasha mentioned, from the St. Moritz all those years back. I think the Octo and its derivations are nice pieces of design, and I like them specifically because they're different, not to be confused with the Royal Oak on the one hand and the Nautilus on the other, even though Octo is basically reinterpreted from a design that Jantin made for his own watches, and that was later inherited by Bulgari. Um, yeah, and the same reason I like the Lange Odysseus or Odysseus, because it's just a different piece. It's a different design, and unmistakably Lange, rather than kind of looking like something that could have been designed by Gerard Jantin without necessarily being sorry. I just chose the WatchBox site. I have no relation to them, not interested in what they offer and how they price it. But yeah, I think this watch in white gold is really a hit. And I guess partly it is my weakness for luxury watches in precious metal on rubber bands. I just like the idea of that contrast. This is a very nice piece. And of course you have all the frills, all the hand finishing elements that go into a Lange Söhne watch. Instead of the swan neck regulator, you have an entire bridge for added stability and shock resistance, since this is supposed to be a sportier Lange watch. And that same bridge is also engraved by hand and integrates a kind of wave design rather than the usual floral elements of Lange's traditional swan neck regulator decoration. Okay. Sorry, man. Sometimes I just don't get sarcasm. So my apologies, Yasha. Um, yes, Corrado, they're just a great element of design ultimately. But the the ears of the Chopard Alpine Eagle on either side, they're not pushers. Mm, okay. Always interesting trolls in the chat. So this is Trilobe or Trilobe, whatever it is. Folle journée, une folle journée. All right, an invitation to reach new heights. My God, what is this? Sorry, George. I think this is a little over my head. I'm a simple man. I don't understand what's going on, so I have no way of appreciating what's going on. Um, and at 22K and change, I think I'll stay away. I think they have a few different models. This is Une Folle Journée. You have The Secret. Okay. All right. Um, Nuit Fantastique. Okay. Well, look, these I like a little better. Both the secret watch and this one, because ultimately I think it's it's a jump hour, I'm assuming, and then the display of minutes here. I can appreciate that. I think this is quirky enough as far it goes. Yeah, this could be interesting. Les matins. Les matins. All right, again, dog's breakfast going on the dial. Yeah, not my thing. Not my thing. Look, I mean, I guess they have chosen good hand models. That needs to be appreciated, right? That's nice. Very cool. But yeah, not much love from me for the Trilobe or Trilobe, which they present as Swiss watches, French design. Right. Dirk wants me to mention again, Harrison Ford is 80 years old today. It makes me feel that much older, man. We have just celebrated Sly Stallone's 76th birthday. That caught me off guard. And now, you know, Harrison Ford is 80 years old. It's it's strange. What has this world come to? Just give me 1 second, guys. Yes, the Triple G shirt. Thank you, man. September 17. They're completing the trilogy finally. I think a couple of years too late. It's not the same fight that it was, that it could have been. It's not the same Triple G, of course. I think by the time Canelo fought with him the first time 5 years ago in 2017, he was already aging. Um, and by now he may have aged out. Look, I mean, the guy still has immense power, and power is always the last thing to go, but he doesn't have the same legs, and I don't think he has the same punch resistance either. Again, Triple G has an incredible chin. um, he has some whiskers on him. He has a beard, whatever boxing truism that I can give you. But as as he goes on, he has had a very long uh, amateur career. I think close to 300 fights with just a handful of losses. Um, his professional career has been, relatively long by now as well. So that must be taking its toll. And ultimately, those body shots are really getting to him. You could see it in the Derevianchenko fight a few years ago. You could see it even in the Murata unification that he had earlier this year, which he won, right? Which he won in Japan by stopping his opponent. But it's just, it was obvious that some of his opponent's power was getting to him. And Canelo at 168 is a very powerful fighter. Um, at middleweight too, but I think 168 super middleweight for Canelo is actually kind of ideal because his power has a hard time getting through or getting into those guys at 175 who are much larger than he is in frame, most importantly, and not only taller but just bulkier, bigger. Whereas at 168, his power is there. He doesn't have to drain himself. Canelo is a pretty stocky guy. He's not tall, but he's not small either. So I think 168 is kind of ideal for him. He doesn't have to shrink himself down to a weight that he doesn't belong anymore. Um, Remember, Canelo is the fighter who has been fighting as long as he lived. Basically, he has been fighting professionally since age 16, and he's almost 33 years old now. So um, he also he's not he's not exactly young either. So for him, it must have been harder and harder to make junior middleweight. 154 is where he fought for a good part of his career, and maybe by now it's also hard for him to make 160, the middleweight limit. So 168 is ideal for him. And it's a good fight. Still, it's an undisputed championship because all of Canelo's belts are at stake. Triple G by now has nothing to lose because on paper he has already lost once to Canelo and still hasn't beaten him. And everyone is expecting him to lose and get stopped anyways. He's almost 40 years old. He's still getting paid handsomely for this fight. Even if he loses and retires immediately, there's not much, not much lost for him. And yeah, he can still also move back down to 160 and have one or two more fights before he retires as well. So, and JB says, remember when he would go out and steamroll through guys in his prime? I do. I'm a huge fan. When people ask for my favorite active fighter, I can barely mention Triple G. I usually name other names. I usually think of other fighters because since the second Canelo fight, since the Canelo rematch, Triple G just simply hasn't fought that often and hasn't fought really top shelf opponents. So yeah, that has been his problem. Just being matched with the right people at the right time has been his problem. right. So let's see what Lange has been doing, because they have been teasing something on their Instagram for some time, and let's see if we can figure out what it is. Mm. One day left. They have a big reveal. We have been carefully carrying out numerous twofold assemblies. Every split second was worth it. All right. Is it another split second chronograph? Because they have already had at least two, right? They had the double split graph. The world's first mechanical chronograph with double rattrapante function, right? So it basically rattrapante is when you could uh, basically time two distinct events, right? But this watch basically has two of each, two rattrapante and two chronograph hands. Both pairs of hands can be stopped separately. Additionally, the stopped rattrapante hands can rejoin the still running chronograph hands. This allows purely mechanical, comparative, and intermediate time measurements of events lasting up to 30 minutes. And look at that. Damn. Like all these layers that they were just talking about in that little teaser. You can see the column wheel, of course. You can see the swan neck there all the way down. The upper button in the right hand of the case flank starts and stops the chronograph hands. The lower one resets them to 0. The flyback function is activated when the lower button is pressed while the chronograph hands are running. This allows hands to be stopped, reset to 0, and restarted for a new measurement in one single step, right? Again, that's the flyback. You just press start, and while the chronograph is running, you can just press reset, and everything will flip back, everything will fly back to point 0. When the button in the left-hand case flank is actuated, the rattrapante hands will stop to display a first intermediate time. So that's that button there. This action reveals rattrapante hands because previously they were hidden beneath the running chronograph hands. Right, so we're talking about this, right, heat blued rattrapante hand, and then also the heat blued minute chronograph minute hand that was in the 30-minute totalizer. When the button is pressed again, the left flank button, the rattrapante hands catch up with the chronograph hands and run synchronously with them. So that was the double split that they had for a while. And I know they designed also a triple split after this. where can they go from there? I honestly don't know. Ultimate chronograph. The triple split introduces a new dimension of measuring time. You would think, I mean, again, you would think they have reinvented the wheel. You know, you would think that they have come up with a new theory of relativity or something, but you have to sometimes indulge these watchmakers, right? They're talking about their art, their craft, um, in a way that reminds you, you know, they're really solving some of the stickiest problems of this world. But hey, respect still to the craft of watchmaking. It's the world's first mechanical split seconds chronograph that allows multi hour comparative time measurements. This is possible thanks to the triple rattrapante mechanism for seconds, minutes, and hours. Right? So in the double split, we had the rattrapante for chronograph seconds, we had the rattrapante for the chronograph minutes, and now we have rattrapante for also chronograph hours. So hence the triple split. Thus, the triple split can precisely measure and compare single and additive times, an unlimited number of intermediate and reference times, two concurrently started events that last as long as 12 hours to an accuracy of 1/6 of a second. I think it's just a nice piece of design, honestly. And once again, it's just as beautiful and complex as it is on the dial, as it is um, as beautiful and complex as it is on the dial, as it is on the back, on the case back. I wonder if they put anything on their webpage. No, absolutely not. On that note, let's see how the Lange ones are trending in the secondary market. We have harped on how things have been taking quite a downturn. And let's see what is happening with the Lange prices in the secondary market. Well, they have fallen under 25K again. Here's a listing from Poland in the classic Lange one in yellow gold. The yellow gold is, you know, relatively more rare than white and pink. For some, the yellow gold is desirable, not only because it just makes sense in a classic dress watch, but Walter Lange also always used to choose, apparently, the yellow gold models for himself. So that's probably could be an interesting incentive for the collector. This one just comes with the travel box and is right under 24K. So it's back to the old days for some, at least. There's one in pink gold that's 27 and a half, which is normal, not much better, honestly, than how things were just a few months ago. Which is, I guess, good and bad for the brand. I mean, on the one hand, of course, it's nice to see they're holding up, but also since they are already selling below retail, which is by now $40,000 plus tax, of course, it only makes sense that they would trade around this particular range rather than much lower. And again, you know, the money itself is not the same, right? Yesterday's 22.5 is not today's 22.5. So our money goes much less far these days. See, this is, of course, their most desirable model in the secondary markets and practically impossible to get at retail at this point. But the white gold one is perhaps within reach. And in this case, the pushers are a design element, part of the design, but also functional, where you manipulate the day and the date with what moonlights as a crown guard or as crown guards. And I do appreciate the fact, again, that you have a lot that's very recognizable for Lange. The alpha hands, of course, in this case, loomed. The large seconds, really small seconds, people usually call it, but really the seconds on the subsidiary dial that is executed in a pretty large circle, which I actually appreciate. They could have just as well gone with center seconds in what is ostensibly a sports watch. They have not. And I think they did well. The dial is altogether much more balanced. And I like the fact that there's not an extra hand that would interrupt the day date function, the day and date windows. And that in itself is, of course, harkening back to Lange's design inspiration from Dresden Opera House, which they identify with pretty strongly as part of their heritage, right? I've done a little piece about this. I've made a little video about this. Ultimately, it's about that 5 minute clock that adorns the stage in the Dresden Opera House. And that has this digital display of hours in Roman numerals and minutes in Arabic numerals, which jump every 5 minutes, basically. And this is, of course, right above the stage of the opera. This is a model of that working clock. And this is how it looks above the stage. Right there. So I think it's a cool touch, of course. And I like it especially because this is one of the things, one of the elements of their design language that they inherited in other ways, but that they managed to embellish with such a strong and compelling narrative that most people have almost forgot that the oversized date function is something they adopted, they took from Jaeger-LeCoultre as a module. And you might know the history, the shared history between the two brands. Of course, that goes through the personal narrative, the personal journey, the career of one Günther Blümlein. But he was the one who started with IWC and took an important part in reviving Jaeger-LeCoultre as a brand in the 90s, and also was working in unison with Walter Lange in reviving and revitalizing Lange und Söhne as the flagship of German watchmaking. So they were, even before the integration into Richemont in 2000, IWC, JLC, and Lange were under the larger holding of Mannesmann in Germany, and formed this triad called Les Manufactures Horlogères. And JLC gear trains, as well as other movement modules, were almost universally used in the first generations of Lange und Söhne watches. And the first core of Glashütte watchmakers, the first core of Lange und Söhne's watchmakers actually went to Schaffhausen for their training, for their initial training. So it's an interesting little connection there, interesting little story there, interesting shared history. And Dirk Diggler says Triple G was definitely humble. He's still very humble. I really do like him still as a human being. I think it's an incredible guy. One of the boxers that I actually had the pleasure of meeting personally. Very generous with his time, very down to earth, a real family man. And you wouldn't know a thing about what kind of a killer he is in the ring if you met him in real life. Bezel says definitely cool about Lange. Yeah, again, that's one thing that I truly love and respect about that brand, because ultimately every brand can can produce stainless steel sports watch with an integrated bracelet, but they end up all looking like the same. You know, just minor cosmetic adjustments here and there, really seeming mostly to avoid a cease and desist letter than presenting any sort of artistic ingenuity. And love it or hate it, you know, this watch looks nothing like a Nautilus. It looks nothing like a Royal Oak. I think it looks actually better on leather, or even better with the rubber band, than it does on the original bracelet for the steel even. And I appreciate the fact that they redesigned the dial for all the different materials, you know, including the titanium, which they name ice blue rather than um, the gray it really looks like. But that being said, that is also an incredible. It's also an incredible watch that I had a chance to try. And it's really great work. And with, you know, again, with titanium, I guess the bracelet is just too good, even though I don't think it flows nicely from the case, right? The initial taper is, I think, a little lacking, right? It's very broad here, you know, by when it's coming out of the lugs, even broader than the lugs in a way. But I was still so impressed with the variation of mirror polish and brushed grain on the titanium bracelet that it didn't irk me as much as it does in the steel. But yeah, fantastic watch all around. At least for me, I think this is a big hit. And Fats says, "Love Lange, my favorite brand." I didn't know that, man. Um, that's good taste. Good taste. Dirk, I don't think Dirk's done anything wrong. Some people have just too much time in their hands, so they're gonna try to come to this channel, try to come to this chat, and whip up some kind of trouble. They will try, but I saw a fight where he lost, and I mentioned, yeah, I was beat straight up. Uh, you mean which one? You talked to Triple G, and he admitted that he lost to someone? The only fight that he won on paper and maybe should have lost is the Derevianchenko fight that I remember. That's from 2019, I want to say, maybe 2020. 2020, probably. Um, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if he would admit to that. I think that was a pretty close fight. I think Triple G getting the nod in that fight. Hey, and I'm a fanboy, so I will say that, right, Dirk? I don't think that was necessarily a wrong decision, but yeah. I mean, I have some wrenches in the chat messaging matters, but I also don't want to burden them too much, so I usually take take care of it myself. Sometimes I'm late, but yeah, as Dirk says, he is a sicko anyway, so no offense taken there. Dirk Diggler, I have two. Okay, wait. Oh, Watch Nicholas was here in the middle. Hey, man, thanks for being here. Thank you for joining, and I hope you get a good night as well. Get some rest. Get some rest. And Dirk asks, do you have a Lange Fats? Way out of my price range. I don't have baby girl money. And Fat says, I have two. That's all I'm saying. Unlike others that come on, I don't flakes. I find it sickening. And OG Baby Girl says, I'm just messing with Papi Chulo. Mm. And she says, I flex at the dollar store. And Dirk agrees with Lange. Those are works of art. MCM. Hey, man, I'm sorry you couldn't join um, that night, but you're here. Give it a shot if you don't mind, especially if you're wearing the watch. I would love to have you on board anyways. I would love to have you on the panel. But if it is to show the steel Odysseus, even better. And yeah, that's an amazing watch. And thank you for the kind words on the watch content, man. I appreciate that. But yeah, try to jump on if you can. I know it didn't work out on that day, but yeah. Yeah, I was appreciating again today earlier Chuck Yeager's 6538, his big crown. And I love the fact that he was basically fiddling with the bezel, right? You can see the red triangle is actually at 30 minutes rather than point zero or at 12 o'clock. So I like that. And there's something again that just somehow works with this particular outfit. He's in full flight suit, um, and there's just something about that tool watch look. No crown guards, riveted bracelet, the gilt dial, the red triangle at minute 60 or minute zero. It's just a great look, and thank the crown for Tudor. Thank the Shield, I should say. I guess at this point that they are making a version of it for our day without reproducing it, right? Without fully mimicking it. So I will always appreciate that. And I guess that's the reason why I don't mind the riveted bracelet that the Black Bay 58 comes with, unlike other people, because it's just part of that whole aesthetic. And I was also happy to have found this particular shot of Stefan Winkelmann, who is the CEO of Bugatti and Lamborghini, wearing just an old stainless steel Daytona. But if you look really close, right, even in a relatively low quality picture, you will see that the subdials have very distinctive outer rings, right? And these were outer rings that were initially white, but because of the material that Rolex used at the time, and this is still a time where the Daytona was still powered by that base of a Zenith El Primero caliber 400, so 40-30 in Rolex's terminology. And the black dials were apparently uh, they have come to age in this way where a slight shade of brown took over these outer rings of the subdial rather than being pure white. So when you see a Daytona as distinct as that on the CEO of Lamborghini, you know it's a watch guy. And for me, again, this is always a great discovery because again, he's he's at the top of the chain, right? He could get and wear whatever watch he wants, but he's wearing a stainless steel Daytona from 2 references ago, and it is a kind of Daytona that that a collector would recognize, because this was actually named, this particular variation of the Mark IV black dial is named the Patrizi, or the Patrizi dial, because the founder of Antiquorum in Geneva actually had a couple of these, one of which sold when his collection came up for auction in 2006. And it had a black dial exactly like this. So since then, these Daytona 16520s with that particular kind of black dial with uh, light brown outer rings on the chronograph registers is called the Patrizi. And Osvaldo Patrizi is, of course, of utmost importance to contemporary watch collecting, because he had established with Gabriel Tortella in 1974 Antiquorum, and that's where the idea that and the recognition of wristwatches at artful and collectible pieces really took hold. Right before that, the big auction houses like Sotheby's, like Bonhams, like Christie's, were not really selling watches. They were not in the business of auctioning watches. Certainly not wristwatches. Right? Maybe clocks, pocket watches, the odd watch here and there. But ultimately, if we live in a world now where auction houses are running year round private sales, online sales, they're opening their own boutiques. We owe it to people like Patrizi in putting the wristwatches on the map as, respected, artful, collectible pieces. Because that's not an idea that just took hold for no reason, just like that. So yeah, I appreciated Winkelmann's Daytona for the same reason that I appreciate Harrison Ford's Datejust, because it's just, it just identifies a watch guy. He has that one watch or maybe two that he really appreciates, and it doesn't matter whether it is the rarest piece. It doesn't really matter that it's the most popular or hyped up piece, but it is the kind of piece that someone else who is interested in watches would immediately recognize and pick up on, and it could always be a great conversation starter. And that was the same thing I see always in Sly Stallone as well, because obviously, he is the kind of guy who started hyping up watches before the term was even invented. But you can always see in his public appearances that he is very, very thoughtful and very specific in choosing watches for a particular occasion. And in this case, it was basically celebrating, right, Rocky as a franchise, when he decided to basically wear his gold sub that he purchased upon the commercial and really artistic success of Rocky. So when he was promoting Creed, when the first one of that franchise came out, he chose to wear this watch of all the other watches that he could wear. GB Vol came up with an interesting question, but before that, I missed some of the comments on Jaeger best pencil holder ever. I agree. And the right stuff, yes, absolutely. Absolutely. That's Tom Wolf's writing as well. GB Vol says, how did Pacquiao's power remain as he went up in weight classes from light flyweight to welterweight? I think I would rather refrain from commenting. Um, the habitual way of describing that is that Pacquiao is special, and he is. Um, but that requires really superhuman strength, right? To have become a legitimate champion, winning championship belts in 6 weight divisions, including the 2 additional lineal championships, right? Including becoming in 2 more weight divisions the man who beat the man. That's superhuman, really. But think of it this way. I'll say it in the most diplomatic way. When you look at Pacquiao, right? One of the things that basic physics teaches us, you generate power from the ground up, right? You really generate power through a kinetic chain that starts on the balls of your feet and translates all the way into the point of contact on your opponent's face or body. So your legs are actually so important. And if you looked at Pacquiao as he was moving up the weight divisions, especially his calves were always huge. So same thing with someone like Mike Tyson, for example. Right, the guy had tree trunks for legs. Right, if you have ever seen him skipping rope, for example. Right, that's why even though he was so much smaller seemingly than a lot of his opponents at the heavyweight division, he could still steamroll through them because he had incredible head movement and also immense power. Dirk, good night, man. I hope I didn't miss you, but take care, man. Take it easy. Stay out of trouble, as Baby Girl says. Fat says DNA for Pacquiao's power. Living right, training right. And that's something that he started later in life, honestly, because I think he already had 2 losses and 2 pretty devastating losses when he moved to the US to train with Freddie Roach. And I think over time, he kicked a lot of his bad habits. And that matters a lot. Whatever you do, living right, eating right, staying in good shape, mentally and physically, that's what matters most. So probably ultimately Fats is right. OG Baby Girl says, I'm a new fan of MMA Sugar Sean O'Malley. I don't know anything about MMA, Baby Girl. I don't really watch or follow MMA. Nothing against the sport. It's just not really my thing. Yeah. This is really funny. Look, I mean, El Dinamita is a force of nature. I don't think he needs to do those kinds of gimmicks really um, to be as intimidating and as special as he is. On the other hand, GB Vol, a lot of times antagonism and rivalry especially in sports, especially in anything competitive, is as mental as it is physical. And that has at least two elements, that has at least two dimensions. When you are in training camp for something, or when you are even preparing for something, a challenge in your life, especially if you're competing against someone else, you have to do certain things to make yourself believe, right? You have to do certain things to think that while my opponent is sleeping, while he's taking time off, while he's slacking, I'm training, right? If he's training 2 times a day, I'm training 3 times a day. If he's running 5 miles, I'm running 7, right? If he is eating right, I also have this special weapon, where I have some extra nutrients. So I think it's one one part of that kind of shtick where people do these things, whether it's shadow boxing underwater, or chopping wood, or beating up on tires and carrying tires and throwing things, and all these CrossFit training methods. One part of it is to psych yourself up and feel like you're going the extra mile. And the other part of is simply about psyching your opponent out, right? Basically going into the mind games where you can defeat your opponent, or where you can at least get under the skin of your opponent with certain things that you do every time you come face to face, or every time you can somehow show that to your opponent. You feel like you're psyching him out. And as you know, that whole scene was from 24/7, right? That fight documentary that I think Showtime was doing, HBO was doing at the time. Was it HBO or Showtime, that particular fight? I think it was still HBO. And you should know that, as much as they treat it as a spectacle, the fighters also take it kind of seriously, and they watch each other's episodes and parts. So probably Marquez was trying to uh, give off the image that he's a madman, right? I mean, look at this lunatic who drinks his own piss. What is he going to do to me? Of course, Floyd, is really on another level with mind games. I think his retirement personality might not be doing him a lot of good in terms of his public image, but he's very special. You don't play mind games with Floyd Mayweather Jr. No, you can't psych him out by drinking your own piss, certainly. So I don't think that worked really well for Juanma Marquez. Sean O'Malley is like 6'5", fighting at 145. Yeah, that's interesting. There's a fighter in boxing who is like that. Um, it's they call him the Towering Inferno, I think. Let's see. Fights at 154. He's 6'7". Sebastian Fundora. Here we go. And it's just insane because like the guy's just so much bigger than any one of his opponents. This is the guy. He's 24 years old. As if it's not enough, he's a southpaw. He's listed here as 6'5.5", but I think that was from a few years ago. He's taller than that. And yeah, it's insane that he's fighting at super welterweight, which is 154, and he's just steamrolling through a lot of his opponents. It's a lot of his opponents are are not even comparable to him in size, and he just overwhelms them. And in an interesting way, he's also not the kind of fighter with all that size um, and reach, right? 80 inches of reach. I mean, Fats, translate that to the normal people in the chat. 80 inches of reach for the super welterweight division. That's immense. Um, and he's not the kind of fighter who fights on the outside, right? Who uses that reach, who depends on that reach, who sticks out his jab and moves around the ring. He brings the fight to his opponent. So that idea of the towering inferno is kind of real, and he still generates a lot of power from close distance. I guess the fact that he has long limbs might have something to do with that. But he's a very exciting fighter no matter what, precisely because he is very tall, had very statuesque, very generous proportions for the division, but he fights like he hasn't those attributes. He hasn't those dimensions. So it's very exciting when you actually see him fight. His last one with Erickson Lubin was really a barn burner, and it was great fun to watch. So if you can find at least the highlights, that should be an interesting one to go back to. Fat says mind games are a big part of the sport. You can tell at times you have won before you went through the ropes. My old trainer knew every mind game in the book, could write a book on it. He should have. He should have. You know, one of the things that I'm afraid of with, pardon me, with a lot of sports, but with boxing especially, that we are losing a lot of the old minds, you know, and it's good that they get interviewed, especially with YouTube and a lot of independent journalism on boxing. Even though, you know, you might not like the style of this guy or that guy, trust me, I don't really love a lot of them either, but at least they're leaving an archive behind where they have these extended interviews with old heads in who still hang out in gyms. um, and yeah, I'm just afraid that's not gonna translate, that's not gonna get transmitted, that's not gonna get handed down to the next generation. So I wish he would write, or I wish you would write in his stead, Fats, now that you are the coach after all. Makes sense. GB Vol says, yes, he is a PBC fighter. He is an Al Heyman fighter. He is on the books for Premier Fighting Champions or Premier Boxing Champions, whatever it is. And very awkward, very unorthodox. He's also a southpaw, so that makes him doubly unorthodox as well. It must be a hell of an opponent to face. Pauli, welcome back. Why do I obsess? Um, yeah, because Ari is okay, man. Ari has come to this show, and he has been a good he has been good company. He has always brought watch talk. And how many of the characters in the Archieverse have a line that stuck to them so much, right? I just want to talk about watches. And that's really his spirit. That's really his attitude. And I commend him for it. I love him for it, in fact. But I don't know. I don't know, man. I'm not. If you want my professional opinion, feel free to contribute on PayPal, on Patreon, or Cash App, and I will try to psychoanalyze you. But otherwise, I don't know what to tell you. And Three and Fats just, over time they pick on different people. So maybe you are the next target. It just happens. So bear with it. I'm sure they will move on to something else quite soon. Jake Brooks says that's 3 inches from the ground, or 3 feet from the ground. Right. I guess you wanted to say 3 feet, right? About the 80-inch reach. Fats says, hate is a very strong word. I hate no one. You hate, you lose. I'm not a loser. Okay. That's a good way to put it. Christian Frech. Hello, sir. Hey, man. So nice to see you. Lovely to see you. I think you just followed me on Instagram as well, which I really appreciate. Guys, follow me on Instagram. It does help. Um, Ultimately, these things snowball, right? It's That's how social media works. Ultimately, it is viral, right? It starts uh, growing exponentially after a while. So even if you follow me here and you don't on Instagram, I appreciate if you follow me there. That allows me a little more exposure, and ultimately both of the platforms, which do play off each other quite often, grow together, and they grow organically as well. So I appreciate that. OG Baby Girl says, Lord the Therapist. Hey, we're just trying to live up to the name. You can, yeah, all of you can slide into my DMs on Instagram with your neuroses, other psychological problems. Um, and there are also some people who are seriously demented in the chat, as you know, and you know who they actually are. And those people I especially invite to come see me in person. I think I can take care of them really well. Polly says, Fats, I'm just joking. Yeah, we know Polly. You're a great guy, man. This guy is taking care of his parents. You know what what can be more beautiful, more gratifying, and more generous than that? And yes, I am talking about you, Polly. It's You are the guy who is taking care of his parents, and you're doing God's work, um, and you will be rewarded for it in one way or another. Trust me. Fat says there's not really bad people on the streams, just different trigger levels. I strongly disagree with that, Fats. I think they're seriously demented people. Pauli is not one of them. Fats knows who I'm talking about. Seriously demented, that's me. I think you wish, Pauli. I think that would be. Uh, some people like to be the villain. Some people like to be called out. Um, it's usually the narcissists, that they like, of course, being valorized. They like their ego stoked, um, but also they like sometimes to be cast as a villain. They thrive on negative attention as much as they thrive on positive attention. They like being antagonized. They like being crossed out. They like being branded as the enemy. Um, they like just going out there and picking fights with people for no reason whatsoever, right? And coming to someone else's channel and bringing all this hatred um, into the chat, all different kinds of stuff. Um, I have no clue, but that's probably a sign that that person needs professional treatment for sure. Christian says 100%. And Paui says, nothing triggers me, only excites me. Makes sense. 548 Vikings. Whatever happened to Marco, the watch cardinal? He's still around. Um, Wait a second, guys. I think my mic got disconnected because I bumped into it. Testing. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. All right. Um, yeah, Marco is here, but look, I mean, the guy now works with with a gray market dealer, with the gray market dealer, right? So obviously he can't just freely come onto platforms and on some other person's platform where it might not look good for him, right? Because he knows that I'm not going to just pander to his boss or to the practices of the gray market at large just because he's being nice to me. And he has been nothing but nice to me, right? So there's no problem at all with Marco, and Marco is more than welcome to this channel, in the chat and on the panel all the time, as much as he wants. But of course, I think that's the reason why he is less present. Although I'm sure he's probably listening in at least once every so often. Laughing Face says, I couldn't agree with you more. I don't know about what, but hey, nice to see you in the chat, and thank you for the agreement, I guess. Fat says, narcissists agree 100%. Polly says, I don't have energy to be hateful. Too much going on. And yeah, I mean, psychologically and physically, right? You know, I know you work. I know you work hard. I know you work hard in the gym. Again, you're taking care of your parents. There's just too much. And I know you are here to have fun. And you know, we are just along for the ride. So don't take it the wrong way. I can understand, though, when times have been easier, I've devolved into drama too much. I like coming online, being a troll, saying stupid stuff. Hey, Polly, it comes naturally. You don't have to try hard. Hey, guys, so we are closing in on 2 hours. So if you have been enjoying the show, if you have been learning from it, please hit that like button. It helps a great deal. Subscribe if you haven't. That makes a huge difference for me. At the end of the day, it's this is a very small channel, and we are growing bit by bit, you know, one step at a time, organically. So any one person you bring into this community is a positive gain for me, and you know how much I engage with everyone. So please spread the word, share the link with other people, tell all your friends, talk about the channel on other platforms. There's a lot more content to consume other than the live streams. So if you click on the playlists, you'll see there's a whole section on watches and style. There's a whole section of people, 3 interviews so far with people about their collections. I have some more interviews coming up, hopefully some exclusive footage coming up by the end of this week, because I'm going out of town on Friday. So hopefully they will allow me to shoot certain things. With my meager skills and equipment, it only goes so far, but at least I will be able to share something visually with you. And you know, this channel is, at the end of the day, about the enthusiasm, about the excitement, about the passion, and whatever I bring to you in terms of the visuals, you know, I supplemented, I make up for it in terms of the excitement and the knowledge that I try to provide. And sometimes I have heaps and bounds of knowledge about a certain topic. Sometimes I'm learning at the same time with you. Sometimes we are learning together, and I'm learning from you more than I have something to teach you. So I really have a lot of pleasure being in this community. So help me expand it a little bit, help me reach out to more people. And ultimately, the first step is, of course, to get to that 1,000 mark, which will also help me to get monetized and get something in return, something more in return, I should say, because some people have already been really generous with me for the time and work I put in, for everything that I invest on this platform, to this channel. So anything you can contribute now before I get monetized goes a long way and goes directly into the channel, in terms of getting the equipment, in terms of allowing me to dedicate more time. And you can already do that for in a number of ways. There's PayPal, right? That's connected to my primary point of contact, which is lordhellespontv@gmail.com, lordhellespontv@gmail.com. So that's a great way to also reach me if you want something personalized, like a dedicated live stream for your collection, where you can also jump on and we'll get to learn more about you through your watches. Or if you want me to guide you on an upcoming watch purchase, that's also a great way. Or you can simply suggest another kind of content, to push me to delve into the history of a brand, um, to give you, to share with you the story of a particular model. Just reach out to me on at lordhellespontv@gmail.com, and I can do that for you for just a small contribution. I also have a Cash App at $LHVVV, $LHVVV, and I've also instituted a Patreon account, and the link is right there in the chat. And if I get enough contributions, that will allow me to basically institute 2 additional live streams earlier in the day, so I can have a more direct content with people in the UK, people in continental Europe, and also more people on the East Coast, for whom sometimes this stream is a little too late. But by all means, again, all of the contributions allow me to dedicate more time into this channel and allow me to increase the quality and quantity of the content. So it all goes back into the channel and goes out to you in terms of content, enjoyment, and knowledge you derive from this channel. Laughing Face says, couldn't get your facts on Oris caliber 400 18 karat gold bezel, the green version with the wrapper. With the rubber strap. Let's see. I like Oris's. I like a lot of Oris's collection, honestly. I think they have a very nice caliber. That 400, it comes with the 10-year warranty. It comes with the, how long was the power reserve? I'm blanking out now. I think it's like an, what is it, 8-day power reserve or something. Look, the ProPilot X has the same caliber. Yeah, 1 second. I forgot to. Yeah, 5 days. That's right. Look, I think it's actually, this is what I wanted to say, right? And I'm glad you brought up the example of Breitling. So Breitling Super Ocean has a caliber that is derived from ETA 2824-2, right? So that is one of the most generic calibers. And if it's their modified version, so is Swatch Group's Powermatic 80. And at least that one comes with an 80-hour power reserve, which is pretty good at that level. And it usually powers watches from Tissot, from Hamilton, from Certina that retail right under $1,000. So if I see a less impressive iteration of the same run-of-the-mill ETA caliber in a Breitling watch that retails right around $5,000, I can't get on board with that, right? That's just unacceptable because you have the same caliber, but in fact enhanced in better ways in watches that cost a fraction of the price. The Oris, the Oris Divers, the Oris Aquas series already has its proponents, already has huge fans. Uh, I like Oris. I think at a different price point, they could be even more attractive. But that's the way they've chosen to go, and they have generated a lot of excitement on the ground. They have a decent movement that powers their watches. They stand behind it. They're ready to extend that 2-year warranty to 10, which makes a difference, right? And that's more than what you can say about a lot of the heritage brands who are involved sometimes in certain deceptive practices that have unfortunately become part and parcel of doing business in the Swiss watch industry. Um, so Oris is great. I'm not sure if I can go above 4K with the Oris, right? Um, I wish they were. Again, this is wishful thinking, and who am I to dictate their price policy? But for something like this, I think 3,500 would be even more competitive, because to beat, Omega, to beat Tudor in their game without having that same heritage. And I know Oris is not just an upstart, right? Oris does have heritage. Oris does have its own legacy, but it's not Rolex, it's not Tudor, it's not Omega, and it's not Breitling either, right? So they need to do something else. I know they have created a lot of excitement with social initiatives on social media, but I'm not sure if that's winning over the crowd necessarily. I think this is a beautiful watch. I love the rubber strap, but would I pay 4K plus on an Oris? I don't think so. I don't think so. I'll be right back, guys. Just need to get a drink. Buenos dias.
Buenos dias. Buongiorno. Buongiorno.
Ciao.
Ciao. Ciao.
How are we doing today?
Doing. Life is.
It is the way it is.
Let me connect.
What do you think about this watch? One in the audience, someone in the audience recommended that we take a look at it as competition in the diver category. I said, as nice as it looks, not necessarily my favorite color combination, but as nice as it looks, at 4,400, it's a little too expensive for an Oris. That's what I said. Maybe not fair, but that's my feeling. What do you think, Professor?
Yeah, I wouldn't spend 4,400 for an Oris. It looks nice and okay, but we go for 2,000. You know, this watch is a $2,000 watch, not a $4,000 watch. If it's a 4,000, you need to spend. You can buy some of the Omega, or a used Omega, or a Tudor.
Right. And honestly, in the secondary market, I'm sure soon enough you can find it for, let's say, 2,500 easily, if not 2,000. And honestly, you know, again, I'm saying this as someone who likes two-tone watches, but the upcharge for just a gold bezel and yellow gold accents on the dial, I don't get that really. I'd rather go with all steel, honestly. All steel, white gold on the dial, which is the industry standard anyways, right? For the hands and the index markers. And the warranty they offer, I respect a lot. Their caliber 400, I respect a lot. 5 days power reserve, in many ways much better than what Breitling offers at the same price point with that new Super Ocean nonsense. On the other hand, yeah, go into the secondary market. You like this watch, wait it out, and by the first quarter of next year, you'll probably be able to get it at 2,500 on the secondary market. And otherwise, I completely agree with the professor. You want a diver in that price segment and even cheaper, go get the original Bond in the automatic 2531.80. I think that's the reference.
I agree.
That's it. Get one of the old school Omega Seamaster 300 bonds, 2531.80. I would still get that. I'm not really intrigued by two-tone in this particular case. That gold accent can be cool for some because of the particular color combination. I don't disagree. I love rubber strap watches. You know, people scream summer watches. Don't buy into it because it's mostly just a trick to sell you one more watch that you don't need. But I do like rubber bands. When it comes to this watch, my vote at the retail price is a no, unfortunately.
Yes, I think for this price point, the other thing is that once you buy this watch, you immediately lose, with this brand, 50% as you walk out of the dealership. So the resale value of this one will be at least 50% less. Not that it matters, you know, but, you know, if you're buying it thinking that, okay, something here is interesting. It is a good brand, no doubt. It's a very good brand. Oris is a good brand. But the company has gotten the price wrong for this watch. Anything at 4,000, just save a bit more and buy something else.
I just sent out a poll, by the way. Would you buy an Oris Aquis for 4K plus in USD? So vote now to see how it goes. And yeah, I agree with Professor. Honestly, it's if you're buying new, close to retail, again, comes as no surprise to anyone in the audience. I think I would go with Tudor. At that price point, Black Bay 58 has a lot to offer, lower than that price point to begin with. But you want to go with something a little, quote unquote, adventurous. Some might call it gimmicky. You can get the bronze, comes with the full bracelet. A little more expensive than this. I think it's like 4,800 rather than 44. Comes with the extra NATO strap. I'm sure one of those hybrid straps can fit. And I'm sure, it's a boutique limited edition, but the boutiques are really trying hard to be nice to you. And we will talk about that in a little bit, Professor. And whether you will be as harsh to me as Ozzy was earlier in the day about my decision. But they're being very nice to you. So I'm sure Tudor Boutique would throw in an extra strap for you if you're buying the bronze. Yeah, so this Rolex fanboy would go with Tudor at that price point. If you're buying new, if you don't have a problem with buying watches from the 90s or even earlier, hey, there's a ton of stuff from the 90s, early 2000s, 2531.80, the original Omega Seamaster with the automatic movement, the original Omega Bond watch. That's what I would go for. User unknown. Opinions on owning a World Time versus GMT. What do you say, Professor? Would you rather own a World Time, Patek or otherwise, or a Rolex GMT or a similar watch with a GMT function?
For the purposes of practicality in life, not to complicate things, I'll go with the GMT. For purposes of beautification, I would go with the World Timer, if you have the money. Let's not think too much about these things. You have $60,000 to cough up for a World Timer Patek Philippe. Be my guest. If you want to have the rough and tough and running it in good order for 30 years, go for a GMT. I'm wearing my black GMT for 12, 13 years now, non-stop. Swimming, showering, I never take it off. Okay, so that thing is working all the time. Yeah, beautiful watch, but how much?
Yeah.
What's the price tag? You need to rob a bank.
Don't ask. Let me dream for about 2 seconds.
Yeah, we dream.
Professor.
Okay, we can dream. Okay. Let me go back to bed and dream now.
So
I'm gonna go and dream.
Also, when you said let's not complicate things, come on, this channel is about complicating things. How am I going to talk about watches 4 hours at a time if we just give the simple answers? Help me out a little bit, Professor.
Okay. But the gentleman wants an answer, so I gave an easy answer because I'm often asked complicated questions, and I have to give a practical solution to people's problems. And I have to share with you my experience with the AD yesterday, Lord.
Yeah, we will get to that because I want to share my experience with the AD today. So Jubilee,
Okay.
Jubilee, welcome to the channel. That's very nice. And user unknown says the goal is to complicate this silly interest. Absolutely. So I'll say this: the professor actually approached the problem and really facilitated my approach with that as well, because ultimately I think GMT watches are more utilitarian. They are geared more towards simple day-to-day functionality, and they do that really well, especially if you're talking about a GMT Master or GMT Master 2. I think they're the perfect travel watch. They're the perfect everyday watch, especially for those of us who who have friends, associates, family, loved ones in another time zone. It's just very easy to read, very easy to set. You don't have to worry about it. Whereas the world time is more of a poetic, artistic expression of the concept, and it's not as easy to use. It's not it doesn't usually have the accommodations for daylight savings time either. So for parts of the year, you still have to calculate a little bit, if I'm not mistaken, at least with Patek. I know the new version of the Lange 1 Zeitzone has a sign for the daylight savings time, so at least it gives you that reminder. Anyway, so if money were no object, I would just buy this and
Yeah, if money was no object, of course
be
I'll buy this.
be done. I mean, you don't need
Of
another
course I'll
watch
buy
either,
this.
because this is it looks beautiful. It has world time. It has a flyback chronograph, um, gorgeous guilloche dial. I don't think you need another watch if you have something like this.
Okay, so if we are in the dream zone, I'll support you, Lord. If we go back to the dream zone,
Please,
so I'll go and
please
dream.
indulge my delusional fantasy.
Yeah. No,
Professor.
yes. So if we are all going to our dream zones, my dream zone will say, yes, definitely, this is a beautiful watch. I agree with you. A world timer. I would also use the other models that Patek has, not with the chronograph, the simple world timer. Beautiful dial.
You want the cloisonné, the ones
Yes,
with the special enamel paintings.
enamel,
Yeah.
because this is what Patek is known. It's the enamel work as well as other brands, but this is the line that makes Patek beautiful. The other things, yeah.
What metal do we want, since we are dreaming, Professor?
I would definitely go for yellow gold, or even the subtle white or platinum, or as my friend calls it, platinum. I don't know
Platinum.
what
Let's
kind
go
of
with platinum.
English he speaks, but he says platinum.
I think
By the
that's
way,
a
I
good
was
name.
looking at platinum prices.
Okay.
Lord, they are so low. I mean, that metal has really crashed.
Fire sale. Fire sale.
Fire sale. I mean, you can go and buy now bars of platinum for like $780 an ounce.
Can we
That thing used to
eat
be
it?
close to $2.
Can we
Can
eat
we
it?
eat it? No, we can't.
Oh,
We
okay.
can't. You just buy it, and it's store of value, as they say. Although for those who bought it at 2000 back 20 years ago, now they can't even do much with it. But palladium is the metal that's has been rising. So this is a beautiful watch. I wouldn't buy it on a
Not bad.
bracelet.
Not bad.
I wouldn't buy it on a bracelet. I would buy it on a leather strap.
You want the bargain. You want the bargain. You don't want to pay for the platinum bracelet. I'm kidding.
Yeah, I mean, this one is an ugly bracelet. I don't like it. Do you
I'm
like
not
it?
gonna say ugly. I think it's
It's
a little too
yeah.
antiquated. it's very
yeah,
vintage.
yeah.
No,
And
I'm
I
sure
like
it
this.
feels. Sorry, go ahead,
And
Professor.
I like the design of the crown and the protector, there, because they had it on the Calatrava, and the idiots took it out at Patek, and they should
Exactly.
reinstall it.
5127G is one of the platonic ideals for
Yeah.
sporty dress watch for me. With those crown guards, just the perfect
Ah,
touch.
beautiful. If they bring back the crown guards, I would definitely buy a Calatrava. But now it's like any other watch,
By the way, Fats is giving you your flowers, Professor. He's
Ah,
becoming a fan of El Profesor. His way with words make me smile. Thank you, Fats.
it's this channel and it's all about Lord. If it
No.
wasn't for Lord, I said to a student of mine yesterday, you have to watch this live stream. She looked at me, she said, Professor, are you doing live streams now? I go, yeah. What time is the live stream? I said, I tried to do it at 6 a.m. She said, what kind of time zone? 6 a.m. Japan time? Or I said, UK time. She said, do you wake up this early to do a live stream? I go, yeah. You must be really committed. I mean, everybody else in the UK is sleeping, and you're waking up talking about watches.
Oh, and I love the way you first put it. I'm talking with Lord. So it's
Oh yeah, she thought that I'm really wacko. I'm talking to God. I'm praying at 6 a.m. or something. She said, "Who is this guy?" I said, "His name is Lord." And she looked at me. She said, "But doctor, you are kind of an atheist." I go, "Yes, but I'm speaking to Lord."
it's,
So
love it.
I think my entire student body is going nuts. I think they think that I have completely gone crazy now.
Laughing Face says, "Okay, I agree with you, but Breitling did screw up with the movement they put in the new Super Ocean. It's just a glorified ETA 2824-2, which you find in better form in Powermatic 80, with watches Swatch Group sells for less than 1,000. Tissot PRX Powermatic 80, Hamilton Aviation Pilot Pioneer, I think that's the model. Anything that has the Powermatic 80 movement, Tissot, Certina, Hamilton, you can get for less than 1,000. And Breitling is trying to sell you the same movement but less for $5,000, and you be the judge. You think that's a cool summer watch? God be with you. So Laughing Face says, in the Dream Zone, Patek Philippe World Time plus minute repeater. Well, in many ways, Jamie Opulence is living the dream for us.
Absolutely.
So that's he has the World Time with the Cloisonné dial, and he also has a 5-minute repeater Patek pocket watch. So cool beans. But yeah, Professor wants a platinum watch, but he's being cheap and wants it on a cheap, nasty leather band. What is that, Professor? You don't want to pay up.
Yeah. What can I do? But
Yeah,
leather, yeah, this one is nice.
in rose gold, I think it's also quite
Okay,
beautiful.
okay,
Let's try that.
we rob a bank, but that's okay to buy the watch. It's okay.
Of course.
126.
And
Yeah,
I
this is
actually,
nice.
but by the way, they have different sections of the world map. I think I like this section better than what they chose for the platinum at any rate. So pink gold actually seems to be a good deal for this. And yeah, micro rotor movement is always nice, right? We can't complain about that. And of course, they went with that. Do you know what this hour hand is called? like a little magnifier, so it doesn't block the artwork. But anyway, I'm glad they went with that for the cloisonné, so you don't
Yeah.
interrupt it aesthetically. And just the curvature of the case is really nice too on these.
Yeah, I'll
Beautiful.
just buy the box. I'll afford only the box, not the watch.
But the user unknown, that's a great question. I think for everyday wear, hardly anything for me beats the 5-digit Rolex GMT Master 2. That can be a great, speaking of my adulation of that world time flyback chronograph at the beginning, a GMT Master 2 from the 5H era, like a 16710, that can be a one and done. You can wear that every day. Or the Professor's black, you know, first run, the very first ceramic bezel GMT Master 2. That's a great everyday watch. One and done, you know, one dog, one bone. It's a good philosophy. So okay, Aussie was really really on my case about this. RJ says, you said good deal, 125,000 on resale. Yeah, I mean, if you get it at retail, a Patek can be a good deal if you can afford it in the first place, because compared to how a lot of the models are rating on the secondary market, it's a disaster. It's a disaster. So today they actually called me from the AD and offered me a Sea Dweller 43 in steel.
Oh, there we go. We said it 3 months ago that you're gonna get it.
And I turned it down. I said, okay. I mean, I put it on again. It's
No.
just too big for me. It's just
Too big for
43
you.
is too big for me. And I would be, not that I can afford it at this point in time, but I would be
Okay.
compromising because of, I really want the double red. So this is the compromise for me, and it's just not hitting right. That's the yeah, I really want a double red, but I don't have $50,000 or $60,000. But then, why pay that much money for what is essentially a compromise? So I said no. And I don't want to be one of those people, who just buys the watch and then 2 months later turns around and sells it. So I'm just going to go another way. I think I'm just going to continue getting vintage watches. That's the core of my collection. And that's how I'm going to continue. What do you say, Professor?
Yeah, well, I'm surprised, but how did your AD take it?
Well, I mean, in a civil way, but not very well, I have to say.
Not very well. Okay,
No.
she needs to go and sell it to somebody else, or he.
I mean, honestly, they won't have a hard time. But let's put it this way. Last time I checked, and that was less than a month ago, when they tried to give me the two-tone version of it, which I kindly turned down. There were 5 people ahead of me. Now, they're a big enough AD, so they could have gotten a number of examples, but probably not 5 Sea Dwellers, 5 steel Sea Dwellers in 1 month.
No, they could. They could.
Okay.
They
But
could.
in either case, I feel like, a number of people turned them down already.
Yeah. I think that's it. I think this is
and
the market telling him.
that's ultimately what I thought, So, like, what am I gonna do if I'm not sure about this watch? I take it now, and turning around and selling it, I don't feel good about it. But the point is precisely this. Nowadays, they know that a lot of people who were flipping watches are going to be turning them down. So they are actually offering watches to real customers because the others just turn it down immediately, since they can't turn around and sell it for $2,000-3,000 at a time of profit at a time.
Yeah, I think they're getting now watches. So
GB is mad at me as well, I think, for turning down this deal.
no, because you know, you this was your like aspirational dream watch in the modern line of professional Rolex watches, and I was surprised. You
Yeah,
were
but
so convinced
but it's
that this is
also
it.
okay. Two things happened since then. One, both at the AD and my friend's two-tone sea dweller, which is the same watch, just executed with different materials. I tried on, and it's generally, it's big for my wrist. I mean, I can pull up the video from our
Okay.
little, just so you know how ridiculous it looks. And the second thing is, like, my entire collection is like, my youngest watch is a Reverso from 2001. That's what I do. That's who I am. Why do I get a modern watch that's supposed to look like what it was in the 60s, rather than just completely deferring that dream, and maybe one day I'll be able to get double red, who knows. But that would have been just a compromise, and ultimately I think I would not have been happy with it. And it is too big. Let me just show you right here. Oh no, that's not it.
This is you?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is like you're wearing a saucepan.
Right. And
Okay.
you know, my
have
wrists,
very, very small wrists. Yeah.
yeah, my wrists are very skinny. I mean, I'm a big guy, but wrists are just way too skinny. So
Yeah.
it
No,
looks too big.
I think you need to, yeah, you need to go back to 40 and
Yep.
39. I think you would like a.
Oh, finally. Well, I mean, I would love, like, I put on a double red sea dweller once on my wrist. I was smitten immediately. I think that's perfect. And I actually like the fact that it's thicker than a Submariner, right? But otherwise same in case diameter. But finally, someone who supports me. User unknown says, good call on not buying. Consumerism in this hobby has gotten out of hand. Buy what you want long term only. I agree. And the lead says Bufaris, but this is El Profesor, not Bufaris. But welcome back to the channel, the leads. But yes, Laughing Face, they do have a world time with the minute repeater. Yeah, that's a cool ass watch as well. So Laughing Face says, very good. You declined the offer instead of selling in the gray market. They will respect that. And in the end, they will give you what you desired. But then again, I don't have anything I desire in modern Rolex Laughing Face. That was the only watch that I wanted. And at the end of the day, I had to come to terms with the fact that it is too oversized for me. And at the end, it's not exactly what I want. And I've started this show by saying, look, I mean, all watches have a quirk, an imperfection, something that seems to be lacking. But in time, it becomes the perfect watch for you if you actually want it. If that is what you invest in emotionally, first of all, but also financially, and end up wearing it for years. Absolutely. There's always one thing that you say, but over time you simply forget about it, and it's the beauty of this watch. But there are also certain aspects of it that if it doesn't fit, you must quit. If it doesn't fit, you just don't force it, right? And for me, yes, you know, some sports watches are supposed to be oversized, larger than life. That's great. but that thing is just too damn big for my wrist. You know, the fact that I have monkey arms and that I'm more than 6 feet tall doesn't really help. It doesn't. User unknown says, need one more piece of advice. Okay, have BLRO on Jubilee. AD offered to source an oyster for $1,600 US. Any thoughts on having both bracelets? They're not taking away your Jubilee, first of all, right? User, let's establish that. If they let you keep the Jubilee, I would say get the oyster. I think it's a very different feel on each bracelet. Not a fan of oyster with polished center links, I have to admit, but still, I think it's a great look. I like the Marathon Man look on the Jubilee. Pepsi on Jubilee is a great look, but Pepsi on oyster is iconic. That's how the Pan Am GMT was born. I think having both is great. If they let you keep your Jubilee and give you the oyster, take it. What do you say, Professor? You can keep both, yeah.
Yeah, if you can keep both, you do, because that's the new policy, I think. So, yes, the Jubilee is a very different feel. It doesn't have the chunkiness of the watch. So if you want to feel the watch less, you get the Jubilee. If you want to feel kind of the professional side of the bracelet, then you get the oyster. It depends how you like things, you know. But I would also advise, if wear the Jubilee for a while, and if you don't feel it, like it, change it. It all only comes from experience. It all depends, you know, how. If you want more of a ostentatious, blinky look, get the Jubilee. If you want to have less of that, get the oyster.
I think he has the watch already on Jubilee for a while. He just asked for the additional bracelet, and they are
Yeah,
giving it
you
to him
know,
at 16.
if they, yeah, I'm sure they will, because that's the policy now. If
Okay.
you have one, you get the other, right? Soon you'll be able to get both watches. So instead of having a bracelet, you can buy both of them. Give it a few more months, and you'll be offered the entire watch, without any premium on that. So yeah, go for it. You want to cough up $1,600? Absolutely.
Well, I mean, honestly, the way some vintage experts and parts specialists have been gouging on prices for period correct bracelets for vintage Rolex, 1,600 seems like a discount to me. Because nowadays they, you know, since I have the 5513, and I don't want to wear out the riveted bracelet again, which I had professionally restored in the first place. I wanted to get a 93-150, which is the most modern bracelet that can fit a 4-digit Submariner, right? And there used to be decent deals on them, but nowadays so many of the so-called, again, vintage experts, parts specialists have hoarded them. They're trying to sell them for $3,000 or maybe a little less. It's insane. It's insane. The money people make from Rolex parts is unconscionable, honestly. And I like the fact that finally, rather than basically confiscating people's authentic parts, and God knows where they go from the service center and end up being sold in the secondary market to just speculate. I'm glad Rolex is at least playing along and giving people parts that they will use for their own watch. I think that just makes sense. So tell me about your AD experience, Professor. What did you do yesterday in your visit?
Yeah, thank you. I went to the AD, and I asked for some watches. They happen to have different types, different brands. Of course, Rolex is one of them, and they gave me the latest kind of spiel, which is, well, you can only be down for 3 watches, not like before 6 watches or 7 watches. So these are your 3 most desirable watches.
Mhm.
And I said, is there still demand like before? At the beginning, he said, well, yes, absolutely, great demand. Then when we broke the ice, and sometimes the English people are stuck up and they want to put up a nice face and all of that, but later on, you crack a few jokes and they say, well, things are slowing down and we're getting more watches. And he brought out of the vault the entire line of Rolex.
That's supposed to be a nice thing they do for you, right?
Yeah, well, he had the exhibition pieces, and then he had more pieces. So he brought all of the watches, except the Daytona, of course, which I'm sure they had in the vault, 1 or 2. So I asked him, how is it going? He said, well, things have slowed down. It's not like before. And I said, if you fast forward 6 months from now or a year from now, how things will they look? And he said, well, I don't know, my friend, because, or as they say, mate in the UK, I don't know, mate, but, things don't look very good. So I think, he said at the end, I agree with you, things look pretty grim, but we need to keep up with making the appearance in the story that things are in high demand and all of that. So no, he said to me, there is a line, there is a waiting list, but it just gets diminished every day because we get a watch, we call people, and it's actually the 15th guy on the waiting list that gets the watch, and not
Exactly.
the top guy. So we go down
Yeah.
the line, and if we keep on doing this as we're getting more and more watches, we'll soon have run out of people on the list.
And I have another question, actually. Do you think this will be the case with brands that have a much more limited production, but that are also excessively demanded? Joy, welcome to the channel. And Mitchell, thank you for your contribution, by the way.
I think it will happen with all of them because they had the Patek Philippe right in the shop, and later on I went there, and the funny lady was wearing an Aquanaut. So I said, "Oh, you're wearing an Aquanaut." I said, "Did you have to buy, $2 million worth of garbage from Patek in order for you to get the Aquanaut, or you were an insider and you got, the Aquanaut without the garbage?"
Or
And
maybe it's
she
just,
looked at me. She said, "Oh, no, this is not." Of course, I used more polite terms. I didn't say garbage, but she said, "Well, this is a 10-year-old watch, and all of that stuff."
Mhm.
And she said, "Well, you cannot get any of these watches. You need to have a purchase history." Oh, I said, back to the old garbage, back to the Rolex garbage. You have to have a purchase history, which Rolex never said, right? It's the authorized dealers who claim that, you need to have a purchase history. We need to know you first. So first we sell you the garbage, and then we sell you the watches, which fed right into the gray market, by the way, because people were upset. They wanted to get the watch. So what did they do? They went buying double, triple the price in the gray market because they didn't want to go and buy the garbage. And if you did the calculation, you would have ended up with actually paying less if you had to buy
Of
in the
course.
gray market than buying the garbage, waiting, and then getting the watch they really want, right?
Look, I mean, the only way those games make sense is if you are actually, if you actually have a jeweler with whom you do business. You
Yes.
actually like buying jewels for your wife, for your mother. You're a high roller, and once every so often they throw you a nice watch as part of the deal. As that kind of relationship, or maybe you have been doing business, in fact, with that jeweler for generations. Absolutely. But the idea that you have to build up a relationship by buying a bunch of things that you don't need or want, it's disaster. It's the worst idea that I've ever seen.
Yeah, and it's the only way the ADs got rid of the garbage, because now they won't be able to get rid of the garbage. For instance, the story of I'm going to use it because he said it online, live. Ozzy, he went and he bought the precious metal. What was it? He bought the first watch he bought, was it what? A precious metal one, right? A
Mm.
Rolex one. And then after that, because of course he bought a $40,000 watch, or what was it? At that point, he was, recognized that somebody, okay, let's make him feel good. But now they're going to go back, the ADs, to the old system of, we're going to discount the gold watches, we're going to discount the Datejusts. Next to me, there was another client, and he was being served by another salesperson, and he was
Mhm.
telling him the garbage. And I said to the salesman afterwards, I said, "That's a nice story you told this man, but it's not entirely true, because you brought out all the watches, you showed him the watches, and you're gonna have somebody else buying these watches, but in a month's time, he's gonna get the watch."
Fat says that's the 58th time you said garbage in 2 minutes.
Yes, I know. I know.
No, it's quite all right.
I actually use it very often, because it's a kind of British way of saying.
Apparently one of our audience members got this 140th anniversary year limited edition green dial Seiko Prospex Marine Master. I like the Marine Masters. I like a lot of Seiko watches that take after their 60s and 70s divers. I think this is cool. Both on the bracelet and the rubber band. If you got a good deal on it, probably look. I mean, there's a place that I randomly found while I was looking in the back that already discounts quite heavily from the tag price, and probably in the secondary market you can even get it for cheaper. And to me, that's what the secondary market always was, guys. I mean, I've always got um uh, to this day I am to buy a watch at a retail store, at an authorized dealer. I've always dealt with jewelers and vintage watch dealers, and there are some out there that do honest business, just as there are some authorized dealers out there who do their entire business from the back door and work hand in hand or hand in glove with gray market dealers. So it's about
Absolutely.
finding the right people and finding the right kind of business who deserves your money. So that's a cool watch. For me, a Seiko diver is always a winner. Whatever matches your price bracket. Even Grand Seiko has great divers. I've never made that leap of faith with Grand Seiko, but some of the boutique limited editions they have with that waffle dial, they looked exquisite. But again, that's a watch that was way too big for me as well. Paui says, secondly, the difference between gray and retail now means full retail for Rolex is preferable, even if certain models go below retail. Yeah, because there's still time. I mean, if you're buying at this point in time, there's still time for a lot of less desirable models to trade way below retail, right? So right now, if you are making the choice between buying at retail at an authorized dealer, and you're making a decision between that and buying at retail or slightly below in the secondary market, I would always go with the authorized dealer. No doubt about that. If they are giving you already 20-30% off retail for Rolex, go with the gray market. But if they're offering you the same price as an authorized dealer, where the watches are, guys, becoming available again, just go with an authorized dealer.
Just wait for a few more months. Yes, you're right. They say rubbish, I say garbage, which is an American, the American way. But
the professor
Yeah.
already got all the lines crossed. You know, he spent a lot of time on the East Coast, on the West Coast here, so he's been a little
garbage,
Americanized.
rubbish. I mean, yeah. I had to yesterday supervise somebody's work, and I told her this is garbage. She looked at me. She said, "I don't understand." I said, "This
Rubbish.
is shit.
Rubbish.
This is shit."
Paui says you'd have to spend huge money to get immediate hot pieces, and even then, the ADs can only provide so fast. Well, they honestly, Paui, depending on the size of the AD, I think they can provide you as fast as they want, but
Yeah.
you will have to spend huge money, like you said. If you have recently spent a fortune to get quick hot piece access, you wasted money going forward. Yeah, I mean, look, if they are not bundling these purchases for you, I think you cannot trust anyone, right? If you already have an established relationship, that is a relationship based on trust. So you probably could buy tons of jewelry and they will bundle to that purchase a nice watch for you. But if they are just stringing you along and giving you the least desirable sports pieces one by one, that's not a great relationship. And like Paul is saying, it's you will end up with modern two-tone Datejusts at the end to get the hot pieces. So I wouldn't recommend it.
So a friend of mine, here's a question for the audience. A friend of mine wanted to put his name down for 3 watches.
Mm-hmm.
He went to the dealer and said, "Okay, tell me your 3 watches." And he asked me to advise him on his last watch. So first watch he asked is the green Submariner.
Mm-hmm.
I said, very good. Okay. It's like the black, but they put this gimmicky green bezel. Fine, you want to go with that? Go with that. That's your prerogative. Rolex produces the same watch, but they're smart. They give you another bezel and make you feel important, more important than the other guy. They do this with the GMT line, right? So I said, good, okay. He said, second watch, I chose one of the Oyster Perpetuals. I chose the blue. I said, okay, it's good you chose the blue. It's a nice one. Green is green. Get a blue. Everybody wants the green.
Professor,
but,
green is Rolex green.
Yeah, this is rubbish. This is rubbish. I mean, Rolex green and Rolex that green, and Omega has discovered green, and the Tiffany blue is growing in my I don't know, behind. I mean, all of this nonsense with colors. Come on. I mean, Rolex green. Rolex discovered its own green suddenly a couple of years ago. Yeah.
Look, I mean,
Probably they
you know,
had paint left over and
they started in a nice way. Let's put it like this: like the 50th anniversary Submariner with the green bezel. I think that was a nice touch. You know, not the first watch that I would have gone with even in those early years. But I think that was a nice touch. But like you said, maybe nowadays green has become a hype color of another kind. But I think even the Hulk was, I think, a special watch. If you're into those super case maxi dial age, you know, the 40 millimeter
Mhm.
with those fat lugs. I mean, that was a good watch too. But yeah, nowadays every brand basically has a green dial watch because it's popular, it's desirable, it's hot, it's hyped up. It is what it is.
Yeah,
Fat says, by the way, he agrees with us. ADs all the way. Give it time. When this recession bites hard, watch the lists tumble.
absolutely. So I said, okay, take the blue oyster, very nice. All right. And then I told him, he said, well, I want to get an Explorer too. Because you see, now with the new rules in the UK, you can only have one watch from the same professional line. You cannot
Uh-huh.
have two subs or two whatever. It has to
Okay.
be one. This is like the watches of Switzerland mafia list, right? So this is until they tell everybody that the market is crashing, you can get any watch you want, right? But they're not going to say it, of course. So he said the Explorer. I said to him, yeah, I don't know about that. You know, the Explorer. I mean, why don't you go for a GMT? I like the Explorer. Don't take me wrong, but you know, aspirationally, you can get the Explorer if you have like the Batman or Batgirl or whatever. So I said to him, what about one of the GMTs? And then I told him something else. I said, you know, why don't you look into the Yachtmaster 40 millimeter or the Deep Sea? You know, go really rogue and get the Deep Sea, not the Sea Dweller, but get the Deep Sea. You know, the James Cameron. Nobody wants this watch, but it's a big watch, and you can use it to attack people, defend people,
I
and
mean,
as a bulletproof vest.
I can only use it as a knuckle duster. Honestly, I can't wear that on my wrist. That's for sure.
I know. He's a big
Um,
guy. So I don't know. What do you do? What do you guys think? I mean, I don't know what advice I can offer him. I like the green sub. I like the oyster. Okay, no issue there. And I think he needs to get some other professional. The Sky Dweller, I said, you know, you'll wait forever. You'll never get it. It's like the Daytona.
I
It's
think of those watches, I think, you know, honestly, I would go with the Surmit, Starbucks, whatever you want to call it, the Submariner with the green bezel, because again, I think even well, I mean, it's really, I think it's a nice touch. That ceramic green bezel is not as, it doesn't scream as much as you might assume it would. Like it's actually relatively discreet for the most part. Um, so I think that's a nice piece. It has just that little bit of something special on it. And if you're into that color, if you're into that vibe, um, I think that's a good watch of all things, because I know, look, the rules are changing as we go, and I think things are going to become available. And if you are an interested customer who actually takes immediately what they offer to you, if it is a watch you wanted, I think a lot of these rules won't stick. Like, you know, that you can, okay, maybe they won't give you two Submariners back to back, but I think they might end up by the end of the year giving you a Sea Dweller and a GMT Master or something like that, then a Submariner date and a GMT Master Batman or something like that. I'm sure that can happen already by the end of the year.
I agree.
But I would say, like, start with the piece that you want most. And I think the Cermet or Starbucks, the sub with the green bezel, is both realistic at this point and quite desirable. And is this going to be his first Rolex?
Yes.
No question about it. Then it has to be a sub. Has to be a sub. Yeah, for me, anyway. Jubilee says, I'm still waiting for the year of the purple. And he says, I'm still waiting for my sub. It's been a few months. I inquired after I purchased my OP 41 millimeter. Good. I think it's going to come through, Jubilee. Things are really changing quite fast. And when he was saying he was waiting for the purple, I said, get a vintage Blue Z turned purple, because those are very charming. I will bring up an example. But in the meantime, let me go through. This says about our earlier discussion, Oris Aquis for 4K, never. They're trying to upmarket themselves, but it's still not there. I agree. But again, they're all following each other, right? Let's not single out Oris for this. Rolex has been upmarketing itself for a while now. Omega is trying to follow them by raising the prices without necessarily justifying that price change. Now, some people who feel very strongly about Omega might say that they have been undervalued for so long because of the coaxial escapement and the movements and the general quality. They may be right, but I think the strategy of market placement through pricing has been what Rolex did for the last 2 decades, what Omega did for the last 2 decades, and Oris is simply following them. And guys, also at some level, again, I was the first one to say I'm not gonna pay more than 4K for Oris, but let's admit also, 4K 10 years ago used to go much further than 4K today. So it's actually, in a way, it's just following the trend where our money is becoming worthless and worthless, and things simply cost more and more. Pauli says, I simply don't understand people spending huge amounts to get certain pieces, to get at certain pieces. The hot models aren't investments. Thank you, my friend. Most have proved it with the drop. If I were rich, I'd invest my money elsewhere and buy savvy. And Jubilee says, best patina when bluesy goes purple, it retains. Right, this is a full gold piece, but I'm still going to pull it up when we're talking about this. Why does Chrono 24 do this for me? It retains its brilliance. Others just look incredibly aged. Yeah, this one, oh my God. Anyway.
That's another beautiful watch, but you wear it in your house. You go out, chop your wrist. And with a great recession coming,
Professor,
they'll chop both of the wrists.
With all due respect, can we not have that as a recurring theme? Because people are vicious, they're gonna somehow say we're advocating for violence or something. They do.
Okay.
They do this
Say
one.
they will
So
rob.
let's not.
They will rob you.
Yeah.
They could rob you.
The JC is beautiful if you have the wrist for it. The James Cameron, my Starbucks is very uncomfortable on the new clasp. It's too chunky. Okay, thank you for that contribution, TT boy. Yeah, again, I'm not a modern Rolex guy, so for me they're all too chunky and too uncomfortable. But I probably get what you mean, because that is the new case, that is the new dimensions, and that's the new bracelet. Yeah, thank you for intervening there. So Polly says, Jubilee, hey, hope you're well. You should be able to get Black Oyster now, or even better if you hold out. And Polly wishes this well. Professor. Yes. So Laughing Face asks, what is your...
Farts.
I don't know what he's trying to say.
What is your oh, what do I think? Okay.
Probably. I mean, that's, yeah.
Okay. It's a unique piece. Is it aesthetically nice? It's different, you know. I wouldn't pay anything above retail to get the watch. You know, it's a weird looking watch. And it's different than what we are used to. Now, it depends, will you be able to buy it? You know, these prices will fall further from 35, whatever. And it depends, you know, it depends if I'm fine with it. I mean, I would, if I had the money, I would buy it just because it's different. And I would wear it, of course. I would wear it. You know, it's different, it's weird, it's out of the ordinary. And yeah, it has a kind of a...
I love Paulu's sarcasm here. It says the green watches and dials is a very popular smart decision to choose over black because green goes with everything. It's very neutral. Hence why Rolex use that color so often.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a marketing ploy. And of course, you know, everybody else, Omega copied Rolex and started producing green as well. So...
And Jamie dispenses some wisdom here, buying what you will love, reign supreme. Yes, Jamie, actually buying what you love is king.
I think this is important because in the hyped days, people were not buying what they desired. They bought the stuff that was given to them. I won't use the term rubbish or garbage. And they thought they like it. Now we're going to go back to being able to buy. The issue is, are we going to have the money and afford or just have the dream? But it's okay. You know, if I had $10,000 to spare, would I buy this over the Batman? If I had two watches to choose from and I have to buy one, I would probably buy this one between the two. Because I have a black GMT and this is quirky, weird. You know, why should I buy exactly the same watch with just half of it being blue on the bezel and kind of a line that looks blue, but because of my poor eyes, I'll never make the difference. Big deal.
I mean, honestly, I think I like the first ceramic because it's just a very clean look. Like it's mostly black except for the green GMT end, which, like you said, is very discreet anyways. Pardon me. But yeah, anyway, you know, I would go with a 5-digit GMT over any of these options any day of the week, twice on Sunday. But that's just me. Why are you doxing yourself, man? You're doing just fine. And this says, hi, Laughing Face. Paui, this is the moment in the sunshine. Good times are coming to buy what you want. I have a real obsession. Dear God, Paui, you again. And Jamie Opulence, I'm only buying Daytona Steel Black, Oyster Flex, Paul Newman, Oyster Bracelet, Blue Sky Dweller. They're all incredibly hype models, man. But I think you might still get one of those eventually. Between now and then, I'm buying these tanked FTSE stocks, can't afford not to be savvy.
Yeah, you're gonna wait a while for these tech stocks to go up, you know.
And Pauli says this will be the moment to make huge wealth. Seriously think that buying later this year and holding for 10 years will do wonders.
For watches or for stocks?
No, he's talking about stocks this time.
Yes, yeah. If you can, of course, hold. I mean, that's the secret to the sauce. You need to be patient. But do not think that watches and stocks are the same.
TT Boy says, I think the new Rolex LHD is a total dog's dinner. Look, I mean, it's hot because it's rare, because it's something they have never done in full serial production. It is what it is, and people, you know, everything and anything and everything that's limited in Rolex, that probably won't stay in the main catalog for too long. It's gonna be hot. My personal opinion of this watch is not much. I think they should have at least left it in the way they have done. Left-hand drivers before, which was either with divers professionally issued, so no date anyways, or with GMT Masters. When they have done it, they had left the date on the proper side at 3 o'clock with the Cyclops, so the damn thing actually had some sense of balance. When it's already inverted, having everything on that side, it just looks off unless you are gonna wear it on your right hand. Because one great thing about having the date window there with the Cyclops is if something is covering your watch, you can just let it peek right out and see the date, right? Very quickly. At the end of the day, it has a utility, right? So let's preserve it. This watch, worn on the left, the date function becomes completely useless if you're wearing anything with a longer sleeve. It's a watch that doesn't make sense, but it makes dollars. Laughing Face says green and blue are the hottest colors on the market. In this case, it would be nice to be colorblind. All right. And Jamie says Aussie has been making a good point. When the economy is booming, people are flashy and expressive. When the market turns sour, people may look to tone it down with white dials or black dials. Yeah, Aussie has been pretty persistent with this point, pretty insistent on it, and I think he has a good point there. Like you said, I think he has his finger on the pulse, as he usually does. This says, I don't like the Sprite at all. It is weird. And Pauli says, I don't buy any watch as an investment. Completely stupid. Even the Daytona doesn't pay you a dividends, and a great dealer will screw you on the sale. Buy what you love. Yeah, I mean, look, Daytona is not an investment unless you sell it, you buy it at retail and sell it for a profit. Nothing is an investment if it's not liquid, right? And a wristwatch is not liquid unless you sell it and turn it into money. So let's dispense with this stupid idea that watches are an investment, unless you are using them purely as investment instruments, in which case you should be buying and churning them out like the filthy flippers that have completely taken over the YouTube space. And I hope you're not one of those people anyways. So that's something we don't really condone on this channel. And Pauli says, Aussie expat is a great guy, very interesting, very knowledgeable. He is indeed. And guys, once again, I'll take this time to promote my friend Aussie expat's channel. Please subscribe to Aussie Expat Watches. He's great. And also, guys, in the meantime, if you have been enjoying the show, if you have been learning from it, please hit that like button. Every vote counts. It really matters for me. It gives me just that little bit more exposure. Also, if you haven't subscribed, if you have just joined, I have watch content on a daily basis, in addition to these live streams too. And you'll quickly realize that I have a lot of playlists. So if you want to look through the back catalog and see if there's something you like, there's something I should do more of. If you want to request content, feel free to contact me at lordhellespontv@gmail.com. Ultimately, the best way you can help the channel is to spread the word, is to share the link, is to talk about the channel on other platforms, other channels, direct people here, direct more traffic here. I'm trying to expand this community that is built around knowledge and passion about learning together, learning from each other. And if you can help me do that in some way, I would really appreciate it. So spread the word. Until then, until I reach 1,000 subscribers and ultimately get monetized, there are already a few different ways in which you can help this channel. By the way, the Oris Aquas for 4K has been an absolute no. 84% of people said no. There are 3 ways already which can help me build this channel as a self-sustaining, independent platform that's open for everyone, that's open to everyone. And that will help me dedicate more time into it and increase the quality and quantity of the content. You can use the PayPal that's connected to my primary point of contact, lordhellespontv@gmail.com, lordhellespontv@gmail.com. This is especially good if you want to ask for certain kinds of content, anything personalized, a live stream dedicated to your collection where you can jump on and we will actually get to learn more about you through your collection, through your watches. If you want me to guide you and go through some of the examples of a watch that you would like to buy and discuss that with you or on a live stream, again, write to me at that address. Or if you want me to prepare a video on a particular brand or model, again, that's a great way to reach me, and with a small contribution, I can do that for you. I also have a Cash App. That's $LHVVV, $LHVVV. And I've also just started a Patreon account. And if I raise enough contributions there, my immediate goal is to institute 2 additional live streams per week earlier in the day. So I can actually reach more people in the UK, in continental Europe, and even on the East Coast of Americas, since this stream is sometimes too late for a lot of people on the East Coast. So any contribution that you make through these channels to this platform goes directly into this channel, helps me get more equipment, more cameras, so I can actually also film outside, but also simply allows me to dedicate more time to the channel so I can give you more content and give you more quality content, more exclusive content. And I have something interesting coming up on Saturday and for the rest of the weekend as well, not to mention next week. So anything that you can do to help me increase the quality of that content is immediately appreciated, and really I'm already extremely grateful for your presence and support. And this actually makes a great point here. He says the Rolex talk is incredibly tiring, actually. AD this, waitlist that. Turtle Knight says, start a watch giveaway at 1,000 subs, then complain you got subs too quickly to give the watch away. Hey, guys, this is one thing I'm not giving a watch away to make the channel more attractive. I know there are people who do that. You know,
Really, they do that.
These
They give
are
away watches.
these are scammers, sponsored by scammers, endorsed by scammers, propped up by other scammers, birds of a flock. So don't mind them. Don't buy into their games. Unsubscribe from their channels. They're not worth your time. And ultimately, this is a channel that grows organically, right? You know, I don't want people to come to my channel for a free watch, right? I'm not the lottery. You know, I don't run a lottery. I don't help people gamble and play games of chance. I don't endorse that kind of shit. I want to rather build brick by brick and grow the channel organically. If people are here for the conversation, for the information, for the knowledge, and for the banter, they're more than welcome, and they help me learn as much as I help them learn and have fun. So let's grow together and grow in the way that this channel has been growing from the very start. But thank you for the sarcastic suggestion. I really do appreciate it, Turtle Knight. What is the clasp on the Seamaster 42 millimeter? What's the clasp like on the Seamaster 42 millimeter? What do you mean in the sense whether it has an adjustment, you mean? Can you clarify, Paulie? I mean, look, if you're talking about the adjustment, I think there's a reason people like the Rolex bracelets and clasps on the more modern watches. I think that's really the industry standard. Omega's is not too bad, but it's not as good as Glide Lock. I don't think. But that's just my opinion. Sometimes we have some diehard Omega fans in the audience, so they can correct me on that. But I think Glide Lock is great. The new Tudor T-Fit is pretty great also to adjust things on the fly. I prefer the Rolex and Tudor over Omega when it comes to those adjustments. I'm not a huge, as an idea, the Pelagos one with the springs seemed very good, but my friend Aussie Expat tells me that it's actually not that great in practice. So for me, it's Glide Lock and T-Fit all the way. What do you think, Professor? Do you have much experience with the new Seamaster bracelets?
No.
Yeah. And Benny B says they give watches away to those who happen to be their friends and people they're connected to. Hey, Benny B, at least in this channel, you can rest assured that I have no friends, so that won't be a problem here. But I'm not giving watches anytime soon. Not giving away watches anytime soon. And Benny B says, after all, you're our favorite YouTuber's favorite YouTuber. Hey, that's a great compliment. And Benny B says, have you ever thought about renaming your IG name to something more watch related? Your watch knowledge and passion on these watch owners makes for good content and there's potential here to draw in. Benny, that's a great idea. By the way, I'm also not wedded to the name of this channel, but I've made the mistake once to change it. Now, if I change it again, it will confuse even more people. So I'm waiting at least to get to 1,000 subscribers. My idea so far, Benny, is to build both the Instagram and the YouTube as overlapping, but as slightly distinct forms of content. But I think by the end of the summer, they will more or less merge. And I'm taking your idea under consideration, basically. So once I find a good name, that will go on Instagram, and it will also follow back here once I cross over 1,000 subscribers here. So they will merge eventually, but it's taking a little while, and I want to make it worthwhile as well. Right? So I can benefit both from getting some traffic from here to the Instagram, and from Instagram to here, because I enjoy both platforms. I do prefer YouTube, but I like them both. This says the LHV lottery. It's not going to happen. Turtle Knight says Vacheron Constantin Micro Adjust is best in the business. I actually never had a day-to-day experience, but I'm sure Wristwatcholic can educate us. Benny B says a bigger audience and maybe hashtag more and think of a name if that's what you want to do. But I think you're doing something unique here. And with Old New England, you can grow because it's unique. Well, I mean, thank you. That's all, Benny B. That's all I need. And I'm cognizant that I need a more corporate identity, so to speak, because the two channels do overlap. But I also made the mistake once to change the name here. So if I change the name now on Instagram as well, and change this name when I reach 1,000 subscribers, which is not too far away, it will just create more confusion. So in the background, I've been trying to find a name that can help me merge the two platforms and have them under one name. But thank you for pointing out that's worthwhile. That's worth my time to think of a good name and use it for both of these platforms. And for any of you who have not subscribed yet, I will send out the link for my Instagram account. Follow me on Instagram. TT Boy says, by the way, I have no idea what you're talking about with the watch giveaways. Don't worry about it. It's really, it's just a little bit of banter, but really not worth anyone's time to think about. I'm neither gonna advertise nor talk down any channels by giving, by giving out their name, basically. Turtle Knight says you can be called M Professor. Just follow the alphabet. All right.
M
Right.
Professor?
Right, as in M after L. So you're El Professor, and I'm gonna be M Professor.
Do I keep my name, or shall I change it as well?
No, I think El Professor, I think it kind of stuck because it's, we can refer to you in this mock Spanish way. And people also very respectfully just call you professor or prof as well. So, which is your profession after all.
Yeah.
Why not?
Okay. All right. Whatever you guys want.
Professor is here to please.
I'm here to please. Yes. No, I think this is making a good point back to his comment. It is a bit of a bore to just keep on saying AD this, AD that, Rolex that, Rolex this. It's unfortunate, but things will change, and they're changing very fast. But we should be cognizant that this is a watch channel and not just a Rolex channel. Very good point.
No, I think that's very good. So on that point, do do you have an outlier again that you would like us to discuss as a brand, as a different, how should I say, as a maybe as something that falls under the radar? By the way, El Professor, this happened to me now twice. We talk about a watch, we highlight a watch in a live stream,
Yeah.
and some of the examples of that watch start disappearing, start being sold on Chrono 24. So
You're
it
joking.
happened. No, I'm not. We talked about the Blancpain 50 Fathoms about a week ago,
Yeah.
and the best deal on Chrono 24 just sold as the show was going on. And then remember when we talked about Girard Perregaux, the Foudroyant
Yeah.
Rattrapant,
Yeah. Go on.
it sold. I had the ones I highlighted on Chrono 24, it sold.
Lovely. Whoa, lovely watches.
Yeah, and
I mean, they
again,
were.
I feel very redeemed. So whatever you're bringing up, you're influencing people, just so you know, in a good
Oh
way.
my God, in a good way. Okay. What is all this?
Pauli says, I do think you would benefit from an easily repeatable name. Yes, absolutely. And that's what I'm thinking about so far. No luck. If you have name suggestions like great Lord SW, Lord SW, Lord SW, that's great. And
Well,
Fat says, by the way, does El Prof know he has a big bit of sushi stuck on his ceiling? Do you see what he means? The light?
Oh, that one. Yeah. What the hell is that, by the way? That's a good point. Yeah, it does look like a sushi. Yeah, it's a lamp. Mm. Yeah, guys. Well, you're right. Good point. Big sushi. So I do. We spoke about the transatlantic Breguet, which is beautiful. I think it's beautiful. It's for me a keeper. There is another brand that I love, which it's below the radar screen, but I don't know if I should discuss it because it's just one of those that it's very artistic. The manufacturer is very unique, and we can actually visit and go to it. They're not cheap, but they don't have this kind of name recognition, but it is a very respected.
I think you're going to say
brand.
Beauvais.
Yes,
Almost good. Yeah.
Beauvais. But we have spoken about it in the past, you and I.
Yeah. So, what do you think? What should I bring up?
I don't know. If you bring up everything, I think we'll go crazy. But because you are a man of aesthetics, if you bring up, for instance, the 1930 great Guilloche.
1930.
Guilloche, sorry. Yeah, I mean, it's people. If you compare Beauvais, and some of the brands we keep on talking like Omega, Rolex, and others. I mean, they're just.
Is this it?
Let me see what you have. Well, you can go to the collection and you can just you can go either to the Fleurier collection or the Dimier pick one of the two. Yeah. 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 I mean, this is a unique piece, right?
Take it away, Professor, for 2-3 minutes.
Yeah, it is a this is a unique piece. The dial treatment. It was designed, by Pascal Raffi, who is the owner of Beauvais, and it has the hours, minutes, sub-seconds. It has a 7-day power reserve with a single, barrel. That's pretty, advanced in terms of the power reserve. It's a hand wound movement, so it's not a perpetual. And the dial is hand decorated, and it has a fantastic exhibition case back. 42 millimeters, so it's not too big, not too small. My only critical comment about this is that the leather band and the links that connect the case with the leather band, the two steel pieces on both sides of the case, they do kind of remind me a little bit of the Cartier Pasha. But what I like about this unique piece is that the winding, the crown is on the very top. And it is, a very nice, beautiful, pleasant watch to wear. Very, very unique in that sense. You don't see it too often. And Beauvais is a unique brand. It's owned by, I mean, it goes back to the nearly 1800s. When was it? 1797. And today, it is owned by Pascal Raffi. He's the sole owner. He owns and he develops a lot of the pieces. He's not in Geneva. He sits in Neuchâtel. But I think it is a unique watchmaker in many ways. And they don't come cheap, of course. But it's a very passionate watchmaker. They had troubles in the past. They were not doing very well. I think today they have passed that troublesome period, and they're doing quite well. So it is a unique manufacture, because it's the engraving that goes into Beauvais is meticulous. It's they have their own research and development. They produce a lot of the calibers themselves. It's not bought by. They don't buy it from one brand and then they just do some beautification changes, cosmetic changes, and then they just sell it as theirs. They're very well known for their wristwatches, but also for their collections of pocket watches, miniature table clocks, pendants. I know the brand very well, and I have a lot of respect for them. They're not for the ordinary, of course. They come with a huge price tag, but when we think about different brands, we talk about Patek, Vacheron, Audemars, right? I mean, Beauvais I would put them up there, huh? But they don't have an aggressive marketing department as much as everybody else.
Also, I mean, like you said, it's an acquired taste, right?
It is.
Unless unless you are taken up by the hype. I mean, there was a reason that you could actually find chronometre résonance under list price at some point before F. Bejon took the world by storm, because it's just too quirky, too unusual. So until people actually recognized the quote unquote genius behind it and the horology behind it, those watches were not really selling.
No.
So I think Beauvais is in a similar situation now.
Yeah, it really represents this era of watchmaking, that it's done for the design, it's done for the beauty of the eye, it's done all for the dial, it's done also for the details in the dial, the movement. I mean, it's a very artistic watchmaker. You're not going to go around playing tennis with this if you're Nadal. Huh?
It looks, I mean, look, I like that aesthetic. That's why I love Breguet and Lange, for example. I like when watches look like, recognizably like a wristwatch, but also kind of converted as if from a pocket watch. This actually looks like it's directly converted from a pocket watch to be worn on the wrist. Which again, it's an acquired taste, right? I'm not discounting it on that basis, but like what you liken to the Cartier Pasha, I feel is like, it just looks like a pocket watch that's put on a leather band.
Yeah, I mean, you can look at it. It is a distinct look, and you either love them or hate them. Of course, your pocket will hate them, but there are distinct artistic pieces of the old school of high horlogerie, watchmaking, and appreciation for this. I mean, it has elements which I don't like. There are certain elements, the crown and the sapphire on the crown and the links that look, I mean, for this model and others, they look a little bit too Cartier Pasha. Now, obviously, one can argue who came first. Cartier could have picked up on them. And of course, in the watch industry, you know very well, Lord, there is a lot of copying going on. And
Pasha is a Gérald Janta design, right? So if anyone copied, it would be Janta copying from somewhere else. But I think the idea in Pasha is also that particular look. It looks like wristwatch, pocket watch strapped on the wrist. I think that's just the concept, not necessarily one copying from another.
No. It's the concept. It's exactly, and I think the concept, there is connectivity and a bit of looking at what the other side is doing. And remember, Beauvais, when Gérald Genta was doing things, was not known at all. I mean, back then there were no websites, and now we know what Beauvais is. In the old days, you had to go to Beauvais or in Geneva, because Beauvais is known to the watch aficionados and the watch industry. It's a very respected watchmaker. I mean, it's really an artistic form of watchmaking. And it requires, you need to have the acquired taste, right? I mean, if you look at it and you don't like it, okay, you're not going to buy it.
Can you give me a hint of how much a piece like this actually costs?
I mean, this could be anything above the $60,000,
Okay.
and counting. 60 to 90,000.
Mm.
Um,
And I love that they have a whole script on it, saying made at the hands of masters for to serve punctual gentlemen. It's wonderful.
yeah, I mean, they don't produce a lot of watches, right? And the price point on the cheaper side, it's you can get something for 25,000-30,000, and they go all the way up to 3 million. So it's you really need to be into this.
Honestly, I mean, even in these visuals, the guilloche work looks like nothing that I've seen. Honestly, looks even more intricate than some of the better Breguet pieces I've seen. So it's pretty amazing.
It's funny enough, the official name is Breguet Fleurier, right? We talked about Parmigiani,
That's
and
right.
Parmigiani Fleurier, and it really they started as a pocket watchmaker, and a lot of the watches back in the 19th century went to the Chinese market. It was catered for the Chinese market, believe it or not. And of course, I mean, today it goes everywhere. But Edouard Beauvais was the founder back then, and he produced pocket watches back then.
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty amazing. 7 days of power reserve.
Yeah.
It's a nice, I mean, aesthetically it's very pleasing. Again, it might be an acquired taste, but just the guilloche work, I think can redeem it. I don't have a problem with the dial, actually, Professor. I think I like the dial quite a bit. I just think the whole idea that this is really a pocket watch is a little overdone. Because look, I mean, in the dark, you see that video right now that's on the screen? That gives you that impression even more strongly, right? In the dark,
Yeah.
when the leather strap disappears, you can clearly
No, for
see
sure.
that's what they went for.
For sure, because it's the identity of the company. Originally, it was a pocket watch maker, and of course, it's not surprising that there is a connection between Parmigiani and Beauvais, because Parmigiani, back in the late 1980s, had purchased Beauvais, hence the name. And then Parmigiani sold Beauvais a year later. And now, it changed a couple of times ownership, and now it's back to Pascal Larafi. But yes, it does have this identity.
Yeah. And
it has
this
identity
this
of
is an
the
interesting
watch,
take.
pocket watch. Yeah.
This is an interesting take, which I actually appreciate.
Absolutely.
Since the crown of the watch, is on the 12 o'clock, you can wear it in either one of your hands. Yeah, that's a positive. That's a good way to look at it. I mean, look, I think it's a beautiful piece. It's one of the best dials I've ever seen. Whether it is with those circular Geneva waves, so to speak, or with the more intricate, what seems to be hand engraved wave effects, as you can see here, or maybe floral decorations, really. I mean, in either case, I think it's a gorgeous shade of blue too, with the guilloche and the hands, hour and minutes, as well as the subsidiary seconds dial. I think the dial is general very well balanced, with the power reserve as well. Yeah, it's just ultimately the wristwatch, the pocket watch aesthetic that makes it a little less attractive to me. But clearly, this is out of this world, out of this horological world that we have become so accustomed to, in the 21st century. This is a very unique piece.
Just to tell everyone that what you see there is really unique pieces. Beauvais produces roughly about 1,300 pieces a year from the entire collection, and it's made to measure, meaning that they could produce for you a watch which is maybe for you only. Of course, they're not going to charge you $1 million. It can also be less than that. But it is a very limited edition bespoke watch. They traditionally hate advertising, although you do see them more now advertising themselves. You see it in the airport in Geneva, you see it in certain other locations. You do see the name Beauvais, and it is known. 20 years ago, nobody knew who is Beauvais. And interestingly enough, for the complexity of the brand, one of the providers of the calibers, because not all of them, as I said, are done in-house. They prefer to do a lot of them in-house, but some of them are being produced by the same manufacturer who used to produce the calibers for them back in the 19th century when they were catering for the Chinese market. So
not Vaucher, some other manufacturer.
It's no, it's I have to look into my notes. I don't remember.
Okay. Or maybe you are not allowed to say, so I'm not gonna push it. In either case, guys, we have been here with you for 4 hours. I thank you for your support and presence. Upvote on your way out. We'll be here tomorrow at the same time with more watch content, with more watch talk for you. Upvote on your way out. Subscribe if you haven't. Again, we'll be back tomorrow. You can always reach me on at lordhellespontv@gmail.com, my primary point of contact. You can also contact me on Instagram, and don't forget to follow and subscribe to me there. And guys, if you can share the link, if you can spread the word, that would be amazing. I'm making my way to 1,000 subscribers, my first major goal, bit by bit, step by step, and every single subscriber matters on this channel. And I'm not just saying that. I deliver on that. I always engage with your comments, suggestions, respond to your questions, but also this is your platform, right? I also direct the conversation around your interests. So if you want to support this platform as independent, as completely self-sustaining, as completely unreliant on any part of the gray market, any part of the industry, but remain simply as your voice, please contribute to the channel as you can. I've already posted the links. You can use PayPal, that's connected to lordhellespontv@gmail.com. The Cash App is $LHVVV. And the Patreon link is in the chat as well. Feel free to click. But listen, support the channel in any way you can, and every click matters for me. So if the least you can do and the most you can do is to like this stream and share the link with others, I am more than grateful. And thank you again for your support and presence. We'll see you tomorrow. And until then, I bid you adieu. See you soon, guys. Take care.